All right. All right. What is good, everybody? What is good? Hello, hello. Hello, hello. We're locking in on the news here. Let me give a big shout out in the chat to everyone that's here. We got Erica here, Tony Hayabusa, Scar, Ultimate Viper, Granny Bat Tinnitus, Blake and Shake, Wrestling Mayhem, Chase Frost, Dragon's Breath. Hey, Lucky, did you read already? I haven't read it yet. We got Fu Manchu, Black Crow, Icer, and Nathan Yelling. What's good? What's good, everybody? What is good? It's that time. All right, we're covering this news story. Let's do this. Let's do this. All right. What's good, Jim the Lamb? What's good, nerd? This ought to be interesting. This is definitely interesting. All right, it's time. It's time. Let's do this thing. Let me open up this drive here. Let's go here. Let's go here. Let's go here. We gotta make a new folder. Is it almost July yet? Oh my gosh. There's no way. That's crazy. Time is flying, chat. Where is 2026 gone? 2026, what a crazy year. All right, let's do this thing. This is wild. A 2-sentence insider report on why Destiny 2 died. So you have insiders, you have ex-Bungie, you got people leaking information, and for a long time now, we have, as a community, speculated on why Destiny 2 died. And truth be told, it's not going to be just like one individual factor we can point to, Pete Parsons, his car collection, right? But there are many, many other factors. There's lots of contributing factors. Which ones are the most important and least important is going to be not just determined by us, the community, like we do get to have a say in this to a certain degree, but Bungie will have behind the scenes data and information that will really highlight the things that were the pain points for Destiny 2. So let's see what the insiders have to say. Let's see what the leakers have to say here. We are about to hit July, and Destiny 2 fans are still mourning the death of the game.
Guardian down.
Which, frankly, will probably go on for years with the IP now in perpetual limbo. Players have cycled through these stages of grief about 5 times now. Yeah, it's true. And it's still going. But one refrain is, how could this have happened? How is it possible that a multi-billion-dollar IP, a game with millions and millions of fans worldwide, how does this die? How could a series this big and beloved be killed off like this? It's a complicated it's a complicated question until it isn't. There are cases you could make about why Sony shouldn't have done this, or Marathon's role, or this or that. And while those are worth discussing, the end result is relatively simple. It's not Sony's revenge against Bungie. It's not the game's quality tanking. It's able to be summed up in 2 sentences from my sources, one with knowledge of the situation who spoke on the condition of anonymity. Oh, the simple, still maddening explanation. Wow. So they're staying completely anonymous, and they're giving us the assessment, right? They're giving us the diagnosis. Why are we dead? They're the coroner giving us the reason why the game's dead now. Because of the enormous scale of content that had to be produced nonstop, lest fans revolt against its scarcity, Destiny was only very rarely profitable during its entire lifespan. Really, dog. Really. Very rarely profitable. That's what that. All right. This I have some serious disagreement with, Because you're telling me that you got a game with 72.6 million people to play this thing. You had population charts like this with almost 4 million people on launch day. Right? Every year with these annual expansions, 3 million from Forsaken, 2.5 million with Shadowkeep, and so on and so forth. You're telling me it was just always very, very unprofitable or barely profitable. And that might be true, but there's one caveat here that I think is important that we should all look at, which is you're the one deciding your own salaries, and then you're deciding that the company's not profitable. It's like me saying I have my own business, right? I run my own business and I make $10,000 a month every month, and I have no employees, no overhead costs, nothing. I run my own business. I shake ass on fucking OnlyFans, and I make 10 grand a month every month. But my business is wildly unprofitable. And the reason why is because I pay myself a monthly salary of $9,999. It's like, yeah, you think of course it is. You're paying yourself too much, right? Now, were the Bungie salaries too high? I don't know. We don't know the exact details of every Bungie salary. We do know that they were making like an average of $100,000 a year. We do know that that Seattle area has those really, really expensive premium devs that cost like $15,000 per person, including their salary and their computer and their office space and everything, right? So it's like you just have these really, really high costs because you're just like, we're going to pay ourselves so much money. And you obviously see people like Pete Parsons, who has this insane car collection, right? Did he leave this up online? I wonder if he left his car collection up. Dude, this guy has massive cojones. Even after being exposed for his insane car collection, he just leaves it up online. He says, fuck it. Do something. This guy, he does not give a fuck, dude. He just got, like, these are all the cars that this guy bought, right? Look at these. Bro has an insane and a massive garage to house them all, right? And yet you're telling me the game was very rarely profitable. Dude, I don't know what it is, guys, but like, we're really struggling to make ends meet. I have to have my $350,000 a year salary though. Like I can't, like, what am I going to compromise on that? How could I possibly, it's like, dude, what the fuck are we even saying here, guys? Like, come on. So let's go down the premise that Destiny was very rarely profitable. Okay. This is obviously the reason why we got, Asdacross's monetization hell, right? Remember that? Destiny 2 has become monetization hell, right? When we talk about the microtransactions in Destiny, this was 1.7 million views on June 19th, 2023. Wow, that was 3 years ago. Can you believe that? 3 years ago, we were blessed with this masterpiece, breaking down Bungie and their crazy monetization strategy. So clearly, they were doing a lot to monetize the game, and they were also clearly paying themselves pretty damn good in the process, right? You got to find a way to make ends meet. You got to find a way to be more. If you need to find a way to rule the project, you could cut some corners. Okay, all I'm saying is I refuse to believe that a game with this level of popularity, the number one in its genre, or not true, sorry, marathon brain there for a minute. Damn it, number one. Give me, I'm a Titan man. The number one looter shooter all time. You're telling me that you could barely make this thing profitable. Being number one in your category. That's crazy. Okay. That's an issue. That's on you more than anything. Okay. Because if you have lightning in a bottle, if you have a successful game and you just can't figure out how to make it profitable and make more money to funnel back into the project, that's like a that's like a finance issue. You know what I'm saying? You already have a good product. You gotta figure out the financing. Like, what do you mean? Most games, like 99% of games, have a good game issue. Like, their game's not good enough, and so they die, and no one wants to play them. Destiny has the opposite. People want to play Destiny. Looking at the Destiny 2 Steam charts, even yesterday we hit 96,000, which is crazy because Edge of Fate launched day one to 98,000 people. Think about that. 98,000 people. So we're barely below Edge of Fate numbers, and we're almost a month into this update. This is by far clearing Renegades. By the Renegades had like 70,000. So we're clearing crazy numbers, super consistent audience, super crazy population boost. Lots of people want to play this game. If you can't find the financing, you know what I'm saying, there's something going on here. I'm not accusing Bungie of fraud necessarily, but it feels like a fraud case, right? Like, it feels like, how the fuck do you guys not figure out how to make money on this thing? Like, how do you actually do that? And how do you figure out how to make enough money to have a car collection like this, but you can't make ends meet apparently? Let's move on to the next bit though. When Destiny was profitable, so there were times, right? There were periods of time when Destiny was making some money. Those extra funds were often immediately misused by leadership at the time. Oh, really? You don't say. Funneled into way too many simultaneous incubation projects or ideas like spending tens of millions on a new, unneeded 2008 square foot headquarters. Damn. That empty headquarters now. That's crazy. So the first bit is too many incubation projects, which, to be fair, when you're trying to make a game and you're really struggling to make ends meet, launching incubation projects is going to thin the team out a little bit, right? You're going to have your heavy hitters, right? You got your Luke Smiths and your Mark Noseworthies, which, you know, these guys have made some mistakes. Don't get me wrong. These guys are not perfect, but they are also a part of some of the best moments in Destiny. You got these guys working on other stuff, right? You got your Christopher Barrett's working on Marathon, right? These are some of the key players in some of the best moments and the best parts of Destiny, and some of the worst too, to be fair. But you start taking these guys off the team and you say, okay, you go make this now, and you go make that, and you make this, and you make that, and all these guys are just doing all these other things. And yeah, it's going to have adverse effects on the main IP, on the main project, right? On the thing that is meant to be the cash cow. Suddenly the cash cow is looking a little skinny, right? And that's what happened. And it makes sense. And the Bungie insiders are confirming this, basically. And then the next one is they spent tens of millions on a new, unneeded 2008 square foot headquarters, which is crazy to me because we also talked about this years ago and we were roasted online for mentioning this. This is what I had to say. Look at this. Look at this. A young Lucky 10p, 2022 in April. What a time. What a different time. What did he have to say? I'm gonna go back in time, dude. It's like me, like Merv, punching the bookshelf. No! I said I might be dumb, but didn't Bungie just double their studio size? Why is a physical studio even necessary if you can work remotely? So the point I was getting at, and I was trying to put it in a nice way, right? I used to be a little bit more PG. I used to be a little bit more watered down. Right now, in the last few years, you know, something happened and I just don't give a fuck anymore, right? So now I just call it like it is. But 4 years ago, we were a little bit more friendly with Bungie. I was kind of fed up after the layoffs. I'm not gonna lie. There's a lot of things actually, but the layoffs and a few other Lightfall, the layoffs, I think that was kind of the tipping point for me. I'm like, all right, you guys really need to lock in and fix your shit. But the point I'm getting at with this was you just spent tens of millions of dollars on a 208,000 square foot headquarters. And even by Bungie's own account, it's unneeded. You didn't need this. You literally didn't need this. And I thought to myself, what the fuck are we? Why would we spend so much money on this? Tens of millions of dollars? Like, that's Shattered Cycle, dog. That's The Alchemist. And we bought this big building while simultaneously doing remote work. Like, let's do like what? Yeah, you should do remote work. That makes sense. It would save a ton of money versus tens of millions. Like we're taking all the profit from Destiny and we're putting it into the wrong things. We're like, hey, we just made a bunch of money from Destiny. We made $100 million, whatever it is, right? We're taking all this money and we're like, you know what? Let's get a fucking big ass studio, and let's pimp it out with some crazy fucking lights and shit. It's like, what? This is dumb as hell. This is like when you see celebrities get crazy rich and the first thing they do is like buy a Lamborghini and you're just like, what are you doing? Are you stupid? Yeah, like that's exactly what this reminds me of. Like, just it's just ignorant. It's just dumb. And people are even replying like, so Bungie themselves, right? This is the former communications community social guy at Bungie, right? This is what he had to say. Some thrive at home, some thrive in person. Why not both? Right? Why not both? Is what he said. Why not have a gigant? Why not just have a like $10+ million studio? Why not just blow 10 million? Why not? And people can work at home too. Well, this is why. This is why. The death of Destiny 2 is why. So I said touche. Being nice. If it was me, if it was 2026 Lucky 10p, it would have been a different reply. I would have been like, all right. I would have been like, enjoy the unemployment line. You're dumb. But we can't say that back then. It's someone said you could have stopped after the first 4 words. Zach? Fucking Zach, dude. Zach talking shit, dude. Oh, I might be dumb. Oh, good one, Zach. I should reply to this and be like, oh yeah, Zach. Now who's right? Fucking bitch ass Zach. Goddamn. I'm just joking. It's not that serious. They said attracting talent that does not want to move. So they're trying to attract talent in the mecca, the tech mecca that is Seattle and Bellevue. Someone said some positions still require you to be at the office. Oh God, this aged like milk. He said they will have both physical and remote locations. Best of both worlds. Bungie is putting Sony's billions to work, lol. They're expanding like there's no tomorrow. Bungie is going Super Saiyan. Damn. Holy crap. That's insane. This might be the king shill of Bungie right here. Holy shit, dude. What is this guy up to now? Why is his mouth open like that? You know what? Based on how much he's, you know, based on how much he's shilling for Bungie here, I can see exactly why his mouth is open that wide. That's crazy. He's taking it all in, let's say. Ah, man. Someone said, yeah, I'm wondering this as well. Yes. Shout out Toland. W Toland. Had my back, dude. Had my back. It's crazy when you get to see the end result of something that you speculated on years ago, right? Like it's that ultimate gotcha, bitch, or that ultimate I knew I was fucking right moment, right? And I had this twice in the history of Destiny and covering the news. And both times I took a much more, I took a much more laxed approach. But the first time was this, or the second time was this, I believe. And the first time was earlier this year when they said that Sony had purchased Bungie, and everyone was like, yo, celebrating W's in the chat. This is crazy. Yeah, pop the champagne bottles. This is the best day ever. And I was like, what? I was like, we're celebrating this? I was like, this is not good. I remember thinking this is probably like the death of Bungie. And boy, howdy, was I right. God damn. From now on, it's just unfiltered, right off the rip, dude. We don't give a shit. We're out here speaking it like it is. And if we're wrong, we're wrong. But we haven't been wrong yet. That's pretty much the long and short of it. Really. So it's just these two things, and that's it. No other contributing factors. Nothing at all. Really. So Lightfall's missed revenue marks by 45%. It just happens. It just happened. I mean, it definitely had nothing to do with Nimbus or the narrative or any. No, it just missed it. It did no impact. No, didn't have any impact at all. All right. Few games, if any, produce the amount of content as frequently as Destiny did over the years. Particularly Destiny 2, once it got fully into the non-stop seasonal/expansion model, when the game tried to drastically reduce content to cut costs, as we just saw with the Year of Prophecy, fans bolted, understandably. I'm going to read this back again. When the game tried to drastically reduce content to cut costs, and we saw, dude, that's so bad. The problem is you're trying to reduce content to cut costs, okay? But then you're trying to charge still a very expensive price for this stuff. And you're also choosing really poor content choices, right? There's so many bad choices that were made. And so you can pretend like it wasn't. And I'm not saying that Paul is necessarily. I think he's just reporting what his insider has said. But to kind of gloss over some of those really big, I feel like it's crazy. This is why I feel like it's crazy. Because you can look online and people will say, why did Destiny 2 die? Right? You'll see a comment or a tweet or something. Just go read the replies. I don't know. Instead of, talking to some apparently, savant galaxy brain Bungie ex Bungie dev, why don't you just go read the replies on like 10 different videos or posts across social media about why Bungie died or Destiny died or something, right? And you'll find a lot of the same answers. It's crazy how that is. No matter what social media platform you go to, you'll still find a lot of the same answers. I wonder why that is. There is past reporting that expansions like Lightfall and the Final Shape missed sales expectations, sometimes by significant amounts. But those expectations were set in the first place because of the enormous cost of those projects. Of course, that may have been unrealistic, as saying the Final Shape needed to do 50% higher than the record numbers it did put up was never going to happen. Yeah, like, what were we thinking? They needed Final Shape to do 50% of this. Like 50% more than this. So we hit 1.8 million and they were expecting it to hit 3.6 million. That's literally that's fucking D2 launch numbers, dog. 3.6 million. They wanted it to be up here. This is so unrealistic. So insane. Just unbelievable. And what it comes down to more than anything is it's a money problem. That they're spending too much money on things that are just not producing the audience that they want, right? It's not producing the numbers that they need, the frequency, the cadence. And there's solutions to that, but I don't think Bungie's willing to go down those roads. So unfortunately, you get the death of Destiny. That's bad math? What do you mean that's bad math? Let me see here. The Final Shape needed to do 50% higher than the record numbers. Oh, 50% higher. I'm dumb. Chat, I eat crayons for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So 1.8, half of 1.8 is 900,000. 900,000 plus 1.8, 2.7. Closer to Shadowkeep, let's say. I retract the last statement. I regret it. I regret everything. Math is hard, okay? Math is hard. So it's closer to this, roughly, in that ballpark area. It's Titan math, okay? This also encompasses the, quote, bad leadership portion of all of this, something fans usually or often explicitly blame for the current situation. In a sense, that's true, as rather than continually being reinvested in Destiny, the profits were used for bizarre projects like a sprawling HQ in the COVID era. Or, yeah, I didn't actually think about that. They literally launched this massive headquarters right after COVID. They're like, listen, everyone needs to stay at home and work. There's a pandemic, you can't go outside, but also we're going to make a gigantic building where everyone has to leave their home and come to the building. Like, unless you got like a discount on it because of COVID, this is absolutely brain dead, right? This is crazy. Or herded into too many other incubation projects that spread everything thin and almost everything was canceled or never greenlit in the first place. It's true. Yes, a lot of that went to Marathon. Yup, as it was the only game to make it to release, but it was a broader issue with the studio's focus. Too many cooks, too many pots, and Destiny often suffered from its wins immediately being gobbled up and regurgitated elsewhere. That's happened, son. Mismanagement and taking the talented people and dispersing them around. It's a problem. This leads to the Destiny 3 of it all. It does seem wrong to completely abandon an enormous IP like this in a way we have almost never seen with a series this long running. It's an anomaly, that's for sure. But AAA game costs have now ballooned so high in recent years, and Destiny was already so pricey, Sony just doesn't want to gamble. It still wants to invest in the live space, the cheaper live space, though, of course. That's insane, dude. That's depressing. You can still lose hundreds of millions doing that too, as we've seen. A new Destiny game would sell, if nothing else. That's true. I like to hear that. It is upsetting, but not conspiratorial. High cost, poor decisions, and if it's unclear if either of those things are going to change on Sony or Bungie's side going forward. And it's probably not, man. It's why a studio located in that Bellevue area, shit's expensive, dude. Expensive. If there was to ever be a Destiny 3, the studio would have to be located somewhere else. Like it would have to be somewhere where you don't have that $15,000 range per dev. Right? Need to locate somewhere. Where's somewhere cheap to go move? Let's go. Let's take the Bungie HQ and let's just move that motherfucker down to India. You know what I'm saying? Dude. Can you imagine? We'll get Destiny 2 made for fucking $50, right? Or Destiny 3. We'll get Destiny 3 for $50. I'm joking, of course. But no hating on Tassie, good journalist. Yeah, no one's hating on Tassie. He's just reporting on this right here. And I see people in the chat. Yeah, there's nothing's against him. He's just reporting what his insider is saying on this given topic. And then he's giving maybe some of his opinion along with it, which is perfectly fine. Everyone has their opinion and interpretation of the information that they're presented. And people literally watching this live or watching it on YouTube will also interpret it differently. And they'll feel like, I see these comments all the time. It's like, it's, woke killed Bungie, go woke, go broke, right? And I'm not here to change your mind if that's how you feel about it, but a lot of people just scream that at the top of their lungs that that's what killed them and that's the problem. So it's like you can read all of this and agree, disagree, but these are definitely large contributing factors to the death of Destiny 2. And it's unfortunate. And the most unfortunate predicament of it all is that because these things are unwilling to change in the current iteration we're at right now in the current timeline, then there is no Destiny 3 with Bungie, right? Sony's not going to greenlight Bungie's super expensive, high operating costs for a Destiny 3. So the only option is complete death of Destiny 2. That's it. That's all you get. It's done. And unless in the future someone wants to license the IP and make a Destiny 3, or if another studio can do so for much cheaper, or maybe there will be the game could go theoretically, but none of that's being worked on right now, that's for sure. So likely this will be the end. And it's a sad story. It's a sad story and it's frustrating. Let me know what you think about it down in the comments below. Come to Texas, yeah. Mm, good, good, good. Crazy stuff, huh? Haven can do it. What's Haven? Is that a studio? What does this mean, reproing? We're still reproing? What does reproing mean in the context of video game development? Like QA in video game development. Reproing. Reproing. What is that? It means trying to make a bug happen again on purpose. Got you. So reproing is reproducing. Okay, thank you. You know, that's kind of what is that really just an abbreviation of reproducing? Why did we do that? That's confusing as hell, sweetheart, bro. Why did we? Why? They reproed the bug. Yeah, good. I appreciate it. It's a QA thing. Yeah, thank you, thank you. Bungie was in. Well, let's go. This actually, I got to record this short here. My bad, my bad. Yes, yes, yes. Good. All right. You ready, chat? Lock in. This is a big one. Fix that. Fix that. Nope, nope. Fix. Bungie was in the middle of fixing important bugs in Destiny 2 when literally the lights shut off on them. Figuratively, not literally. The rug was pulled out from underneath them. They were all laid off. Right here, we have a former QA test engineer at Bungie posting on Twitter saying this. Several of us in QA were still reproing the Seraph Shield and DSC elevator crashes, which means that they were going through Seraph Shield and trying to reproduce the crashes and reproduce the glitches that were happening so that way they could then fix the issues, right? Like you have to go in if you're on QA and you're going to reproduce the glitches and then you can identify the problem and then fix it. They were doing this on several different consoles / frame rates late into Wednesday night with the goal of verifying the fix on our dev kits Thursday. Little did we know we wouldn't get to verify it as we were all swept up in the layoffs. Damn. In the middle of fixing the game, they get laid off. RIP to Seraph Shield and Deepstone Crypt. It was an honor / bittersweet to close out on D2 as Monument of Triumph QA lead of the immortal title triumphs and vendors. Our Matt's most amazing test team naturally ran through almost 180 triumphs and all Monument of Triumph vendor items / character rendezvous, the cinematics triggering, the grass changing. One even tried to speedrun it. You know who you are. I wouldn't trade them for the world, and I'm so damn proud of us. We really wanted you all to feel the passion we put into making the Triumph journey feel bug-free and rewarding. Dang, dude, that really tugs at the heartstrings, man. There was so much effort put into this update. So much effort, man. And you can see it, like how much there is to it. And the QA team and everyone was working so hard to make it so that way the game was in the best playable state it could possibly be. But there's still going to be a lot of bugs, 71 pages of patch notes. 71 pages? You already know there's going to be like crazy bugs. If Bungie puts like 3 new things in the game, they break like 20 other things. So you put 71 pages of patch notes, that's like, that's a fate worse than death for a QA team. I hope that came through. If you played these activities through D2 and liked them slash did not hit too many bugs, we are glad. And I say we, it is always a team effort. Renegades, Golden Path, Edge of Fate, Invitation, Intro Mission, and Abilities. Final Shape, Lost Sector, Secrets, Combo Testing of Dual Destiny exotic class items. Nice. Lightfall, full campaign, and post-game run-throughs. Season 19 Sheriff Shield exotic mission. Season 18 Catch Crash 6-man activity. I guess I can rest now for a bit, knowing the end of this journey is here and a new path awaits so many of us. Thanks to all of you at Bungie who worked with me in any way. And thanks as always to the players. You made this game feel really alive. Once a Guardian, always a Guardian. Damn, that hurts, man. That hurts. It's crazy to think about all of this effort that went into things like QA and like there's people out there, their whole entire life is dedicated to fixing these bugs. And then on the other side of that, there's people like Cheese Forever that where their whole entire life is dedicated to exploiting and finding these bugs. The worst enemy of Cheese Forever is Julianne Davis. Crazy. I really like this transparency when you see people talk about it. It kind of sucks that we only get this type of stuff in death necessarily. Like, it'd be cool if there was a regular QA blog. They're like, man, you guys, we are working to fix some bugs right now. And the list is this long, can you imagine how long the list gets, right? We do get to see it a little bit at the end of the TWID each week, but you just know that with a game like Destiny 2, all these moving parts and people like Cheese Forever finding all this crazy stuff every day, that, they had a lot of work on their hands, that's for sure. They had a lot. And I'm trying to find it here. I think that DMG had responded to this saying something like the team's trying to get this stuff fixed still, but we don't know how much is going to get fixed. Like, it's kind of a crazy, chaotic time right now. I'll give you a good example. They said, like, posting this in case Vanguard reputation doesn't get fixed. And DMG responds saying, did this by accident last night, won't be fixed, could yield some nice gear for grinders. So I think this is like a glitch that's positive, so not a negative one. Old rep system had scaling reps as you got higher in Vanguard / Crucible rank. That was missed, not brought forward. I believe a fix was in flight for this. Patch was delayed. We'll see if it's still in the pipe, and team will communicate when possible. So, kind of crazy stuff. They're scrambling, doing the best they can to fix the things that need to be fixed, but they don't have much time left, obviously. It seems like the majority of the people got laid off. There might be just a skeleton crew left there to fix a few things. And who knows, man? Who knows when we'll get the final hotfix and what will be bugged afterwards. Crazy stuff, though, huh? Crazy that the QA team was literally working on fixing stuff, and then it was just over for them. So there are going to be some bugs in the game, that's for sure. If the QA team is laid off, I don't know what's going to happen, man. The next update, they said, was going to be delayed too. The Destiny 2 team said this week's TWID, the next week's patch are planned for Tuesday, have been delayed. So a Tuesday patch getting delayed past Tuesday is kind of crazy. I do think that this might be the very last ever patch then. I think this goes through and that's it. We'll provide more information when we can. And the TWID was supposed to be delayed. That still hasn't come out. That was on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's Monday now. Has this thing still come out yet? Let me check this out here. Still no twid. Oh my God. It's so over, my dudes. It's so over. This is the last hotfix, and whatever we find after this, it's done. Let me know what you think about it. Pretty crazy situation. Tassie just did a video on his article as well. Sounds to me like conditions have to be mostly perfect all the time for a game like Destiny to operate in the black. Twid guy got the axe, dude. I think that, I mean, here's the thing. That might be the case for Bungie where they're just running it really close. And so maybe Destiny 2 is just not the most profitable game of all time. The part that you struggle with is that, you have people with their fancy salaries. You got Pete Parsons with his crazy car collection, right? And then you got this company that's bought for 3.6 billion. Why is Sony trying to buy a company for so much money that's basically going to run itself into the ground in a few years' time? Why? What is the incentive of that? Billions of dollars for a company that was, apparently just not making any money is like kind of a crazy premise, in my opinion. It's pretty insane if you think about it. And I feel like there's such a unique dilemma here because it's crazy that there's such this big audience of people that want to play this thing, but the finances for it are just too much, you know? Like it's just too expensive. It's like I don't know if I've ever seen this for another video game before, where there's all these people that want to play it, but like it's just I guess technically we would need even more people, right? Like there's a million people online playing Destiny a day for the first few updates, right? If you look at popularity report, a million people online, right? 1 million, 1 million, 1 million, 1 million, 1 million. But apparently, Destiny absolutely cannot pay its bills unless 2 million got online, right? I can't help but feel like if we did have that 2 million though, that the mismanagement, the financing, the mismanagement for the budget would still be there, and we would just be blowing it on random shit that didn't help the game still, Uh, I just find it hard to believe that it's just completely impossible for Destiny to be a profitable game with this massive audience. Like it's such a I'm trying to think of another situation where this has ever happened in business, you know? Let's see what insider sources at Bungie are claiming that even though Destiny 3 or Destiny 2 has 72.6 million players lifetime, that it cost too much to make the game. They couldn't find it in the budget to consistently make the game any longer. And I'm finding this hard to believe because it's such a big audience. Like you just got to fix your financing, right? You got to fix your budget. Are there any other games that have ever had a similar dilemma like this? Let's see here. The game's cost structure. Star Wars The Old Republic had millions of players at launch, but it was so expensive to produce that its original subscription model couldn't support the budget. It eventually pivoted to free to play with microtransactions. Anthem sold not Anthem. No, we're getting compared to Anthem now. Sold millions of copies, but the cost of rebuilding it, Anthem Next, was judged too high compared to the expected return. So support was ended. Marvel's Avengers had one of the biggest entertainment brands, was one of the biggest entertainment brands in the world behind it, but the ongoing live service model reportedly financially wasn't viable enough to justify continued development. Damn, that's crazy. Said Paul Tassi he's saying something. Maybe he's saying something a little bit different in his video. Let's pull that up. Ooh, why it went wrong. All right, here we go. What happened here? A new path awaits. some nice gear for grind. What happened here? Let's do this. All right, here we go. Bungie insiders are breaking down why Destiny 2 really died. Let's see what Paul Tassi's cooking up here.
All right, I'm back with another Destiny 2 video. I'm just going to talk about something that I had some conversations about this weekend. Everyone is trying to kind of, parse exactly why Destiny failed and like how it doesn't add up like in their own minds, and a lot of kind of assumed explanations are given in a way that aren't necessarily accurate. So I wanted to kind of briefly sum up the overall kind of condition of how we got here. And it goes contrary to at least some of the narratives, but these are kind of the internal facts. Like, yes, this is from my sources, and some of this has been said publicly by some devs, but it's like a pretty flat summary. I wrote an article where I summed it up in like 2 sentences in terms of why Destiny 2 died and what has been the ongoing issue with the game for all this time and how it's all.
So the premise is that a lot of people have different ideas about why Destiny 2 has died, right? A lot of people give reasons and ideas. And this is being summarized by an insider at Bungie that's remaining anonymous, that is giving us 2 sentences. And I would say that even before I've watched this video, there's probably more factors that are contributing to the death of Destiny 2. These factors that are being brought up are certainly some of the biggest and most important ones, but you know, it doesn't necessarily have to be reduced down to just these 2. There's going to be like 10 factors that led to it, probably, right? Like all contribute their own certain portion, but these 2 will probably be some of the biggest ones, I'm sure.
Always sort of existed on a knife's edge a bit, and it is not necessarily all that crazy that we got here, albeit how it was handled, the future, that's another story. So there's this idea that, how could Destiny 3, or sorry, how could Destiny 2 not...
Yeah, a little Freudian slip there, all right? Destiny 3 confirmed? Hey, I see what's going on here.
Profitable, like all of these people are playing, like we've got this big surge, like the final shape had all these like numbers, like what, like it's just they want it to make more of a profit and they're just being greedy. We can certainly argue about whether they're greedy or not, but so I'll read my sentences here as to what happened, and it's pretty much all financial. So because of the enormous scale of content that had to be produced nonstop, lest fans revolt against its scarcity, Destiny was only very rarely profitable during its entire lifespan. And then the second part of this is when Destiny was profitable, those extra funds were often immediately misused by leadership at the time, kind of no matter who was leading, funneled into way too many simultaneous incubation projects or ideas like spending tens of millions on a new unneeded 208,000 square foot headquarters.
Oh, really? You're telling me that the funds were misused?
Whether we wanted it or not, we've stepped into a war with a cabal.
Really?
So let's get to taking out their command one by one. Valis Arik. From what I can gather, he commands the siege dancers from an Imperial land tank outside of Rubicon. He's well protected, but with the right team.
So the realities of the situation is Destiny was not profitable very often, more than like some select points in its history, like kind of over the entire franchise. I don't know exactly when those points are. I think they skew more heavily toward the front end of each game.
It would be very good to know the exact points when Destiny was profitable versus when it wasn't profitable or less profitable. And then the second argument that I bring up against this, and I'm not extremely committed to it, but it is kind of weird to dictate what your salary is going to be, but then claim that your company is not profitable, like when Bungie's independent, right? Because I mean, maybe they were paying themselves a very humble salary, right? Maybe maybe it was an extremely humble salary, maybe not. But you got to think like they're paying themselves a salary. They get to dictate what their own salary is and their own option, the stock options and everything, right? I don't know. And then you're going to say that it's not profitable. Seems a bit fishy.
I don't know about initial Destiny launch, but like the Taken King had a big surge. I think Destiny 2 launch and then Forsaken especially did really well. There were up and down times. I'm not 100% sure about this, but I think Witch Queen may have been an uptime. But then once we kind of get to Beyond Light and then the final shape, things, we get those missed expectations. And if you really think through like the type of game Destiny is, I would argue that it produces like more content per capita, like on a consistent basis, ahead of the recent past year, more than almost any other game in the industry.
It was churning through a ton of content, new stuff, seasonal content, always rotating through. I think that golden age of 2 dungeons and 2 raids a year was that was a lot, right? There was a lot going on in Destiny, and you were able to play Destiny and no other games really because there was just so much to do that you very rarely ran out of everything, right? And that was the golden age. But obviously that does come at a cost.
There are a lot more yawning breaks in content in other ongoing games, and if they do have ongoing content, it's a lot less than we were seeing in especially the kind of later stage Destiny seasons and then the episodes in terms of like what is actually being put in the game, new activities, new loot, and like even stuff that's recycled, like it's still, had to be rebuilt and all of this stuff. The games that match it, you can talk about like, WoW has been ongoing for so long, or like one thing I always compare it to is Genshin Impact, where at least when I was playing, I haven't played in a couple of years now, like every single update was like some giant chunk of land, like complicated new characters, like new puzzles, new missions. Like it was like a ton of shit to the point where like I couldn't keep up with it because they were adding so much stuff to the game so often. But you could probably see the issue with Destiny here is that on top of that, on top of content production, the monetization model of the game is not a subscription model, so you're not paying a monthly subscription fee, and it is not gacha, which is essentially just gambling, and that obviously sucks more money out of whales than what we currently had. So you could sort of view Destiny as like a yearly subscription. If you wanted to do everything, you pay the $100 or whatever it is for the full package, but obviously things could be done piecemeal. It has at least some level of free components to it, where some other games you can't really do anything except for like a much more limited free trial. And then its monetization was always just sort of Eververse, which, yay, cosmetics, but other games that are supported, wholly by cosmetics, including a lot of, PvP-based shooters, are not producing the overall scale of content is what we're seeing from Destiny. So supporting a game like that, like you really had to get costs in line with how much you were actually going to earn. And because of the nature of the game, it only rarely kind of dipped into profitability. Like it was enough to keep going, and like it had a good player count, and like it had things going for it. And it's not like as soon as your game starts losing money, you shut down. But it kind of explains this rather bumpy road where, the Activision partnership ended not because Bungie was just like so desperate to leave, but because it wasn't quite meeting Activision's expectations, and they had to throw additional support studios to even get stuff like Forsaken out in the first place. And they didn't want to do that like indefinitely because cost bent. And then there was the issue of Bungie existing independently, where it's been reported now that they were kind of on the verge of collapse because, again, of the costs here, which is why they were looking for a sale. There is the, I think it was, I forget where the documents came from, but internal Microsoft docs that said that Destiny just has a very high burn rate, and that wasn't something, when Bungie was for sale, they thought they wanted to, take under. Sony did. Sony had these big live service plans, and even after seeing Destiny kind of perform at its best, culminating in the final shape, they, it still wasn't enough. And then once you reduce content spend, you reduce the level of content, in part because you've also tried to reduce costs because you've laid a bunch of people off. The less you produce, the less players you're going to get. And that is how we've reached a point here where there always should have been some level of assumed drop off here, but it was even more than expected because we're getting, an expansion half the size of the old ones that essentially ends on day one with almost no really ongoing content from there. And then you put a 6-month gap in a game that rarely had like a 1-month gap in between some sort of content to do, and you're going to get bottomed out record low players, and you are going to have a tough time getting that to really ever recover. We have seen this great surge now.
The biggest problem I have with some of this is, how do these other live service games do it then? Like, how does Warframe sustain itself? What is it that they do so well? And I get that their project probably isn't as big or doesn't require as many devs to operate from day to day and from expansion to expansion, year to year, right? But clearly you scale your business up accordingly, right? Like based on the size. And so like Destiny would need a certain size of dev team to keep the content flowing. And then I guess it just never meets those demands, right? Like maybe we scaled up too much, apparently. Like that's why they said over delivery, right? They're like, it's over delivery, 2 raids and 2 dungeons a year. We didn't make we barely made any profitability during that period of time. And it's kind of a crazy situation. I feel like it does need to be said. We don't get to see the actual spreadsheet of the finances, but I bet if you did, they'd probably piss you off. I bet they'd piss you off a lot because you'd be like, oh, really? We're paying this guy a salary of this much money? Like, interesting. Yeah, that's quite the salary you got there, bud. And obviously it's not like Bungie ever didn't pay their employees or something insane. Like everyone got paid their extremely expensive salaries every year for like 12 years. So it's like, not that we should cut the cost of every dev salary necessarily, but I'm saying when you look at how much some of them are making, it's like, goddamn, it's a lot. And maybe the trade-off is, well, do you want a super fancy salary or do you want a job? Right. And I think that even most of them would probably take that trade-off, right? There was apparently pay cuts at some point in time. We still don't know what that looks like, how much Pete Parsons took a pay cut, if you don't know, and others too. And we don't know how much that was, right? But clearly that was a problem and that was a path that they went down. They literally did pay cuts. It was after the layoffs. And it still didn't fix their issues, right? It still didn't fix their issues. So what that tells me in a few parts is that there's other factors that contributed to it, right? The factors that aren't just finances, right? The factors that we're talking about, like Lightfall, right? The horrific decisions made during Lightfall, buying that super expensive Bungie HQ for tens of millions of dollars, right? It's ridiculous. And bad decisions that were made post the Edge of Fate, right? Edge of Fate and countless others, right? Those are the things, Bungie was kind of walking a tightrope, right? Let's say financially, where they can't really afford to make any mistakes, right? They're like, oh, we can't really afford to make any mistakes, guys. If we do, we're fucked. And so like, what should we do for our next expansion? I don't know. Let's do Lightfall. Let's make Nimbus, and let's do the MacGuffin and the narrative, and let's do all that. Yeah, let's do that. That's what we should do because we really want to avoid any catastrophe, right? Like whoever that was that gave the green light to that, like that was the moment that really doomed us. Truly, we can look back at that moment. There were others, right? And it's not just that one, but that one really was the beginning of the end. Right? Lightfall missing its revenue marks by 45%, and the decisions that were made in Lightfall are going to be remembered as the worst ones and the ones that led to the eventual downfall of Destiny. Even though Edge of Fate was the one, so we're going to look at Renegades and Edge of Fate as being the worst, but Renegades and Edge of Fate would never be as bad as they were if it wasn't for Lightfall, in my opinion.
Which is fantastic, and I do think that indicated there could have been some life left in it, but you're kind of still going to exist within this cycle. And the whole Destiny 3 thing, the idea there is that these costs have not gone down. The costs have gone up. The costs have gone up dramatically, not just because Destiny's expensive, but like the overall industry costs are going insane. And people were floating that 500 million number around, and like the people I've talked to say that's like not potentially inaccurate. Like no one knows the exact number, but it is not unreasonable to think funding a Destiny 3 from scratch could cost like $500 million.
It's that super expensive tech mecca Seattle area, right? They're paying $15,000 a head per month per dev for their salary and their equipment and the office space, right? We got to take the Bungie HQ. We got to move it over to India, all right? The Bungie HQ in India. This will lower the cost drastically. All right? I'm not saying the quality will be there, but we will lower the cost. We'll lower it from 500 million to we'll probably get it done for like $500. I'm joking, of course, but there's got to be a way where we can lower the cost somehow, right? Like surely we can have a studio or a game development location that's cheaper. Can everyone work remote? Is that even a possibility? I mean, there's got to be a way where it doesn't have to be this crazy ultra premium $500 price tag for Destiny 3.
The current market. I think you can certainly make the argument that you can lose hundreds of millions of dollars pursuing other quote cheaper live service games, as Sony has already done, and I don't see very good prospects for their live service future. And I think Destiny is still a valuable IP, and I think Destiny would still sell. It's just Sony is being risk averse in that way, where they think they can have these other experiments pan out despite almost none of that happening so far. The other issue here is obviously one that is core mismanagement. I mean, some high cost things, it can be mismanagement too, but that's a larger industry problem, is when the game is doing well and when you do get money and you're like, oh, okay, this thing we made is actually producing ongoing revenue. You take that money and instead of reinvesting the amount you need into the game itself, you take that and you do stupid shit with it. One of the biggest problems with Bungie has been for years now that they overinvested in so many incubation projects at a time. We've heard about a lot of these over the years. There was Matter forever. I think that was Chris Barrett's like original thing. I don't think that was the thing that turned into Marathon. I think that was something else. And then after a round of layoffs, we heard about all these other incubations about like a Destiny Trials PvP potential game, and then like an adventure game with like Luke Smith and Noseworthy. And there were like loads of these projects that were all kind of spread out, and everything was very spread thin. And you have, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, incubated projects with a limited amount of money and a limited amount of staff you can devote for them. You're taking away from other things.
Yeah.
Obviously, Marathon is one of these, but you could almost consider Marathon to be a success in that sense because it actually came out, as opposed to all of these, costing money and then just
came out, but then burned hundreds of millions. Yeah, not the best success.
Ending up with nothing. At least Marathon, you ended up with a game. Obviously, you can save costs by cutting a huge loss ahead of time. Sony.
That's really that was the nail in the coffin, was Marathon's lackluster success for sure. We all kind of saw that coming. Everyone was touting Marathon up as being the game that had to save Bungie, right? Like that's what we were saying, and that's what the narrative was. And that is accurate to the situation. Marathon was the game that needed to save Bungie in that situation, based on the predicament that they created for themselves. However, it didn't, right? Like Marathon didn't save Bungie. In fact, Marathon's doing worse than ever before. Have you seen I hate to pull up the charts, Steam chart, Andy. 2,000 people online last night, dude. Look at this. 2,000 people online last night. God damn. That's brutal. 2,000 people worldwide on Steam. That's 70% of the population. That means maybe less than 5,000 people worldwide playing the game. Season 2. That's insane.
Sony has not instantly done that, and Marathon is going to continue to try and do things. Sony carved out part of Bungie for Gummy Bears as another incubator that did sort of seem to pan out. We still know practically nothing about that game, but the point is too much was invested in too many projects at a time when that money should have been a lot more focused. and a lot of that money should have been put back into Destiny, because that's the kind of thing you need to keep the player base, expand the player base, and
Not the Titan mathematics. No, that Titan math lines up perfectly. That does actually.
convince people that this is a game that is going, full steam kind of indefinitely, because it has the resources, it has the manpower. But then you get to that, and then you get to other spending. Everyone I talk to, the headquarters is frequently brought up as something people don't understand, like why that was invested in. I think it was conceived of before COVID, but then it was like being built during COVID and everything.
That's crazy that countless people bring up the headquarters as being something that made no sense. And ironically, we were talking about this before, but I literally made a post of like, this doesn't make any sense. I made this post in 2022. I said I might be dumb, but didn't Bungie just double their studio size? Why is a physical studio even necessary if you can work remotely? So the idea was they just spent all this money on this crazy huge studio, which is completely empty now at this point, practically, compared to the number of people that are supposed to be in there. And the Bungie themselves responded and said, some thrive at home, some thrive in person. Unfortunately, most of them are at home now because they don't have a job. Because we spend so much fucking money on this stupid ass studio. It's just crazy. It's crazy that was not a narrative that was publicly talked about, but the insiders at Bungie were like scratching their heads like, what are we doing? Why are we doing this?
It was work from home anyway. There's still tons of remote work, and it's this just sprawling facility that didn't need to be nearly as big as it was. And it was sort of this like bragging point rather than something the studio like actually needed, rather than doing rainy day money or
rainy day money,
funding more in a few projects, you do something.
That's what we needed. We needed rainy day money. Yeah, that's a good term right there. Money in case shit hits the fan. Right, money in case things don't turn out. We needed to stockpile as much of this as possible. So that way, just in case we have a lightfall moment, we can recoup the losses. Unfortunately, we invested it all into like a new studio and a whole new game and all this other stuff, these incubation projects that fell through. So bad, And I will concede one bit though, which is that looking back, you have perfect clarity, right? Hindsight. But in the moment, even there was a lot of people questioning these decisions. A lot of people like, I don't know about this one. And I was a pretty vocal advocate trying to say, look, the games industry is very, very competitive right now. I think you just kind of take your cash cow and you run that fucker at the races as long as you can. Invest everything into that one thing. And if your profitability is super high at some point in time, sure, if you like make some crazy Rockstar money, right? Like literally Rockstar GTA money, right? Then yeah, then you start to spin off new studios and new projects and you scale up. It's crazy that you're running really, really close, really razor thin margins. You're barely scraping by. It would seem, I guess. I mean, that's what they're saying. The game's barely profitable, guys. And yet you're still forking over tens of millions for a big ass studio. You're still forking over all this money for these incubation projects and marathon and stuff, right? This doesn't make sense. This is what we would call this gambling right now, right here. This is gambling. This is extreme gambling. This is like taking your rent money and you have no money in the bank and taking that down to the casino. And this is like vicious level of gambling. Like, what are we doing? We are pissing it all away on the hope, on the prospect that Marathon is going to be this blockbuster project in a world filled with fucking endless shooter games that already have well-established audiences and a crazy live service schedule. And you're just like, you know what? We're gambling it all, baby. And it's kind of crazy to me. I really wish that they took a more conservative approach and were like, look, every dollar we get, this is a Destiny dollar and it goes back to Destiny. And we're doing Destiny 2. And if we make any excess of money at all, that's Destiny 3 money. If they had that vision, we would be here. We would be so back, dude. because they had the money for a Destiny 3. You know what's crazy is that they actually had the money for a Destiny 3. It just went into Marathon and into the studio and into the incubation projects. If you literally liquidated all of the money that went into Marathon and all of the money that went into the incubation projects and the HQ, and you brought it down into just a bank account, that money is $500 million. That is a Destiny 3. They just didn't have that vision, though. They didn't think that was the right route. They didn't think that was the right course of action. And truth be told, it could have flopped too. There is a world where a Destiny 3 could flop, maybe. It's possible. But I think I would rather place a bet on that than all this other shit. That's for sure. If I had to decide, if I had to pick a fork in the road, and I had to pick the route we're on now, and that route, I'm definitely picking that route 9 times out of 10. 99 times out of 100.
Like that. Obviously, there's things like executive overcompensation and things like that. You know, the famous Pete Parsons cars thing, which, you know, tendentially is related to this.
Someone said in chat, that's not true, stop line. Marathon, $250 million. The Bungie HQ is something like tens of millions of dollars. I don't know how much money that fucking thing was. Tens of millions of dollars on that. Countless incubation projects. Right? And Destiny is a $500 million project. We would be pretty far along. We would be pretty far along, Joel. That's, I mean, as I say, we're at least at like 300 million at this stage. Marathon costs $6 million a month in operating costs. So it's been out for 1 month since, when did it come out? March? Yeah, March, April, May, June. You know, we're almost in July. You absolutely could be there. We could literally have a Destiny 3 or at least be close to it. Destiny 3 could be in like early playtesting era right now. We could have marketing and the game could be coming out in 2028 at this stage. That is absolutely a possibility of what could have happened. Instead, yeah, we got the Destiny dating sim, which is after Dream Daddy, a game where you're a dad and you move to a neighborhood and you date the other dads in the neighborhood. That's what we were cooking up instead of a Destiny 3.
But the bottom line is like, I guess it's easy, but it's not fun. And there's different pieces to this we can debate, but one of them is not like, you know, Destiny has been cranking out profits and it makes no financial sense to kill Destiny. In some ways it does. The hard math does make financial sense to kill Destiny. I am less convinced that, you know, investing in the game in different ways, in the past and present, cutting costs in different ways, or at least securing the future of IP, you know, that all could have been changed. But the fact is that it has been very hard to make Destiny profitable over the years, and it's in some ways it's almost a miracle it has lasted this long, because there have been several different points in its lifespan where it kind of could have collapsed and it didn't. And you know, the miraculous sort of sale to Sony at way overvalued price, which is sort of coming back to haunt it, or at least haunt Sony, was sort of the lifeline that it has been rumored to be. And then just executive mismanagement. I mean, this time we're talking about the money, but obviously there are plenty of internal problems at Bungie. But if you finally do find success in a game that is extremely hard to be successful in, and you just divert your attention to in-game and out-of-game spending that is not going to help you in the long run, and you're not managing those projects and ideas correctly, then you really don't have anything to show for yourself. So, yeah, I don't know. It sucks. I just wanted to kind of correct at least some of the narratives I've seen out there. It's not fun. I'm certainly not saying like the players are to blame because they left when Destiny spent less money. It's like, yeah, of course they left. You're not going to have the same amount of people stay for a third, half the content there was, but it's sort of how the numbers worked out, and costs have only gone up and up and up in the industry, and it's a lot of factors coming together to create kind of a shitty situation, ranging from like economics that almost nobody can control other than at like the highest levels of, you know, the concept of video game development, and then just stuff that could have been controlled, like better management, which I think we've all sort of agreed on by now. But anyway, gearing up for 1 p.m. Eastern reset here to see what new shader I can get. I'm currently working my way through old catalysts I never finished. Very productive to go back and do Salvation's salvo catalyst for something I'm never actually going to use, just to get that little checkbox. It's actually kind of crazy now. It creates the most giant ice crystal network I've ever seen. But yeah, just dicking around, not doing anything terribly productive. But I still want to play. Anyway, so yeah, thanks for watching.
All right, there it is. That is a breakdown from Paul Tassi. And according to Bungie and their, their spreadsheet and their finances, that's going to be their breakdown, which I think is really helpful. And it helps illuminate some of the issues that Bungie was wrestling with over the years. I will say, like I said before, there's other factors that contribute to this. And, you got to make a decision one way, right? Like, you're driving down the road, you got to turn left, you got to turn right, you got to go one direction. And you don't necessarily know what the outcome could be. There is a fantasy world where Marathon was a massive success. I mean, Marathon was huge, and that bought Bungie more time and maybe even bought Destiny more time, perhaps. I don't know. We don't know exactly what the outcome would have been in that fictional world, but in the world we live in right now, we do know for sure they had financial problems, and then they had management problems, and they had a culture problem as well, and they had some pretty bad vision problem when it came to the future of the game. That's how we had Lightfall, Edge of Fate, and Renegades even. And unfortunately, it ran its course. And now we're left wondering what the hell is next, How do we even possibly have another Destiny IP? And no one knows, man. Everyone's just like, $500 million project. Who the hell's going to greenlight that fucking thing? Not Sony. Probably not Microsoft. I don't know anyone that's going to greenlight that. At this stage, though, here's the thing. All I'm going to say is, since Xbox is kind of losing the console wars, could they theoretically, with their infinite money glitch that they have going on, throw enough money to buy the IP of Destiny and launch a Destiny 3 to help them win the console wars? Maybe. Maybe not. It's pretty far-fetched, but this is the... Here we go. I got this right here. This is my last hit of copium right here. We need Asha Sharma to buy the IP of Destiny and launch Destiny 3. That might be our only hope, boys. If we don't get that, we might be absolutely cooked. All right, we got Slim Shady. Thank you for the tier 1 36 months. Jay Diesel, what's up? Hope all is well. Yeah. Do I plan on doing more variety? I am, yeah. Right now, I'm just going to cover the news and gaming news. And when GTA 6 comes out, we're going to play that game pretty heavily. And we got a lot planned. A conservative estimation of the HQ is 65 million. Really? That's wild. That's a lot of money. What is a approximate estimation of Bungie's HQ expansion that they did? Like, how much money did that cost? Give me a number. Let's see what this says. The infinite money glitch. Hey, they have the infinite money glitch because they have trillions of dollars. They are losing the console wars, though. That's why they're laying people off, and there's other problems. But they do have the infinite money glitch. They're worth trillions of dollars. That's pretty good. That's more than I got. Elon Musk is our only hope for Destiny 3. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think Elon Musk is interested. And even if he was interested, I don't know what that would even... Like, he's going to buy the IP from Sony? Can't you make a letter that 100,000 Guardians can sign about Xbox should buy Destiny? That would be nice. We could make another petition. He bought Twitter. He did buy Twitter for 44 billion. Buying Destiny at this stage with all its issues and all these problems, maybe be like $1 billion. I feel like Destiny probably sells for like 1 billion. He could just buy Sony. Oh, that would be crazy. Oh my God, that's actually evil genius level. Elon Musk buys Sony, and then he, by extension, owns Destiny. That would be basically our only hope if Elon liked Destiny. The problem is I don't think he likes Destiny. He's only mentioned it one time, and he said he was going to try it, but I don't know if he ever did try it. That would be crazy. It must be nice to have so much money and wealth that you could just like casually buy anything you want. Like, what the hell? That's like me when I'm at the dollar store. I'm like, yeah, I feel like I have that feeling of like, yes, I am a god here. But it extends nowhere beyond the dollar store. Do you ever do that? You ever walk around the dollar store and just feel like an absolute fucking king? You're just like, yeah, I could buy this whole aisle. I could buy this. You see all these sponges? I could buy this every fucking sponge in this store. That's right. Something about it. It's like it really feeds the ego when you go through to the Dollar Tree. The Dollar Tree is kind of a scam though lately. Have you gone to the Dollar Tree recently? It's $1.75 for everything now. $1.75. How are you gonna call it the Dollar Tree and everything's $1.75? An actual scam. It's gonna have to be renamed to the $1.75 tree. Dollar Tree is the old Five Below? Yeah. Five Below is pretty cool too. I go there once in a while. The dollar store is like $15 store? Yeah, maybe some items. Most of the stuff is like $1.75. Inflation is a bitch, dude. Yeah, it's crazy. I remember when a biggie bag from Wendy's was called the iconic $4 biggie bag. Now it's like $6 or $8. That's crazy. Yeah. Fast food is getting really expensive to the point where I have reduced the amount of fast food I eat, not because of desire. It tastes great. I love it. I try to reduce it just because the price is just so absurd. I think I went to Five Guys the other day and I was like, I'll take a burger. And the guy was like, that'll be $13. And I almost had to reach across the counter and fucking flying armbar this guy. I was like, did you just say that will be $13? Sir, this is a fucking Five Guys. This is fast food. Excuse me? I got a burger, fries, and a milkshake. And it was like $28 and a drink, I think. I'm like, that's insane. Like I cannot afford this. I cannot afford to be in the presence of this building right now. Five Guys has always been expensive. It has always been expensive, and it just keeps getting worse. It just keeps getting worse. There is no world where you should go into a fast food burger joint and it costs more than $10 for a burger. What? What? Now I just go to the grocery store. The grocery store is the meta. If I need to eat, I just pull up to the grocery store. I just buy whatever I want to eat. I kind of treat the grocery store like a fast food place, but it's a little bit slower. They got like a deli in there. If you go to a Publix, you know, you get a little pub sub, maybe get a little chicken strips. They got mashed potatoes, gravy. They got, you know, potato wedges. Their prices are actually decent too. Like they're not like, the grocery stores are not doing the crazy fast food thing. Like, at least in my perception, maybe your grocery store is jacked up if you're going to some crazy world market, but the majority of the grocery stores are like actually respectable price. So I just pull up to the grocery store. That's what we got yesterday. Chicken strips at the grocery store. It was good. I can't get in and out of McDonald's for less than $10. I know, man. I used to go to McDonald's when I was a kid. I was such a little rat. I would go to McDonald's I would wake up and I would eat McDonald's, eat like a McChicken for lunch, and then for dinner I would eat like 2 McChickens. It was like $3 was my entire food budget for the whole day. And then I would get a water cup, and I may or may not, I mean, look, I'm not admitting it on camera. I would may or may not have put soda in the water cup. I'm not admitting to it, but there may or may not have been Sprite in my water cup, not actual water. I was a rebellious teenager living a criminal life, dude. Alleged water cup, dude. The Carl's Jr. employees looking at me. Why is there so many bubbles in your water? Me? What? Me? No. Your water cup, they give you the transparent water cup, and it's like brown Coca-Cola in there. It's like orange Fanta in there. Like, it's an interesting color to your water cup there, dude. Look, I was so dirt poor. I had very limited options. Gotta save that dollar. Dude, gotta save that dollar. Gotta save it. Man. I was dirt poor, dude. I came from the mud, dude. I buy some frozen organic chicken patties and they make some killer sandwiches. Yeah, that's a good plan. The dollar menu could get you 2 McChickens and a medium fry for $3. Damn, that's pretty good. I miss that $1 McChickens, man. Dude, the $1 McChicken, God, that was good. That was a good deal. Let's see what news stories we got here. Top ramen life. I grew up eating a lot of top ramen. I don't know why I would eat top ramen, and then for some reason we had to eat like liver all the time. I'm like, like liver? I was literally the liver king before the liver king, minus all the steroids. Like, why did I have to eat so much liver? Doesn't make any sense. Liver just must have been dirt cheap. Liver had to be like the absolute cheapest shit at the store for some reason. Because there's made no sense why I had to eat liver all the time. But I was the fucking liver king, dude. Back in the day. That's how you top ramen and some liver. Fuck my life, dude. I'll never eat that again. You know what's really bad though? Lentils. You're down bad when you're eating lentils. God damn. I'll take top ramen over lentils every day, dude. Did y'all see Trump's post the other day? If he has all that money, why doesn't he fund a D3? I mean, you can't just go to every rich person and be like, you better make Destiny 3. Like, that's not really a good business proposition. I grew up with drug addicts, man. We were always broke. A lot of boxed mac and cheese. Yeah, growing up around drug addicts and gamblers and alcoholics is a really crazy experience because no one does anything that makes any sense at any point in time. People randomly go missing for like 3 days and then they come back and they haven't even like slept. They've got like bags under their eyes. They like go to sleep and they like sleep for like 16 hours somehow, like fucking hibernating like a goddamn bear. And they're always needing more money. And they never work a real job. And you're wondering.
Espera, ¿qué edad tiene el nuevo empleado?
No lo sé, pero él usa Excel literalmente. Debe ser el nuevo analista.
Sí, primer día.
Sexto piso.
God is so amazingly glorious. You should builders rejected, the same has become the head of the corner. This is the Lord's doing, and it is marvelous in our eyes. And then it goes to, if you fall on the stone, you'll be broken and saved. If the stone falls on you, you'll be turned to powder, just like Josiah did when he came and fulfilled the prophecy. Remember, O altar, one will be born unto the house of David. Josiah by name. God named him 300 years in advance. And listen, the name means whom Jehovah heals. So Josiah didn't really heal anybody. Jesus will. So there's another reference to this is the story of the start of the tribulation. Praise God. All right, so I read the first three verses. Verse 3, and he gave a sign the same day, saying, this is the sign which the Lord hath spoken. Behold, the altar shall be rent, and the ashes that are upon it shall be poured out. And it came to pass, when King Jeroboam heard the saying of the man of God, which had cried against the altar in Bethel, that he put forth his hand from the altar, saying, lay hold on him. And his hand which he putteth forth against him dried up, so that he could not pull it in again unto him. The altar also was rent, and the ashes poured out from the altar, according to the sign which the man of God had given by the word of the Lord. In verse 6, let me just make my verse 6 point right here. And the king answered and said unto the man of God, entreat now the face of the Lord thy God, and pray for me that my hand be restored again. I never caught that before. Entreat the face of the Lord thy God, not Jeroboam's God. God sent him a prophet and said, you're going to get 10 tribes of Israel. Again, Rehoboam inherited the greatest city, country, kingdom at its zenith, Jeroboam got it all, or Rehoboam got it all. Little did he know, God sent a prophet to Jeroboam and said, I'm going to give you 10 tribes. 10 tribes. He's got to be looking around at Solomon's kingdom saying, what? I'm getting 10/12 of this? I'm getting 10, he's getting 1, and then Benjamin was added into it, so technically it was 2. 10 tribes of this kingdom. This is an incredible split. I'm telling you, it's a huge deal in Israel's history. Let me throw this out. Saul had 40 years. David had 40 years. Solomon had 40 years, even though he screwed up at the end. And I was supposed to read that, but if you read it, you'll see it. God said, for David's sake, I won't rip the kingdom out of your hand, but I'll rip it out of your son's hand, but I'll still let him have Judah. So Solomon finished his 40 years. So 40, 40, 40. And then after that, it was just a crap show. So that was a big deal. And the split of the 10 northern tribes and the southern kingdom of Judah, it was a big deal in Israel's history. So let me just keep it going. So the story and typology of the barren woman, Isaac is the rapture. He's the son of promise. He's gone. Rebecca, the next barren woman, God said, you got 2 nations in your womb. So going into the tribulation is 2 nations, the 2/3. The 1/3, Zechariah 13, 8 and 9. There's the split. So Isaac's gone. He's the son of promise. We're the children of promise. That is a pre-trib rapture. Isaac does not go into the tribulation. He's the son of the first barren woman. So the second barren woman does what? Starts the tribulation. 2 nations go in. God knows who they are. It looks like 1 nation on the outside, but it's 2 nations going in. So that makes sense that the start of the tribulation is when God split the kingdom. 10 to Jeroboam, 2 to Rehoboam. Do you see it? Oh, praise God. All right, I'll save that for the end. Okay, so this is a good part. I got to get it right.
Sudamérica cobra sentido cuando decides vivirla. Vuela con LATAM Airlines y descubre cómo...
And this is huge, people. This is huge. So listen to me. He cried against the altar, O altar, O altar, right? Verse 3. And he gave a sign the same day, saying, this is the sign which the Lord hath spoken. Behold, the altar shall be rent, the altar shall be split in two, and the ashes pour out. If God didn't give a sign, then how would Jeroboam know, right? Well, I don't know, God's with you. What proof do you got? You're saying some kid's going to be born 300 years in the future? Oh, well, whatever. It doesn't affect me. Do you see that? So it's nothing without the sign. The early church started, again, people think they're prophets today, but the early church, before the book was written, the New Testament, they had signs to accompany them to prove that they were with God. The whole tongues of fire, speaking in tongues, was a sign. God gives his prophets signs to verify that. See that? So it's nothing without the sign. The early church started, again, people think they're prophets today, but the early church, before the book was written, the New Testament, they had signs to accompany them to prove that they were with God. The whole tongues of fire. Speaking in tongues was a sign. God gives his prophets signs to verify that they're from him. So this is amazing. God gave a sign. And I've done this before, but dear Lord, this is all of it. So again, Hebrews 12, 22 and 23. You're come up to Mount Zion, the city of the living God, the heavenly Jerusalem, all kinds of angels, to the general assembly, church of the firstborn, which are written in heaven, to God, the judge of all, and to the spirits of just men made perfect, and to Jesus, the mediator of the new covenant, and to the blood of sprinkling, and speaketh better things than that of Abel. That's the rapture. We're in Mount Zion, heavenly Jerusalem. We're up at the kickball game. Look what happens after the rapture. See that you refuse not him that speaketh, for if they escape not who refused him that spoke on earth, how much more shall they not escape if we turn away from him that speaks from heaven? Jesus Christ will descend with a shout, descend from heaven with a shout to call us into the glory cloud. God is speaking from heaven. Revelation 5:13, the whole earth here is speaking from heaven. Revelation 6:1, God the Father thunders from heaven. The earth is going to hear the voice of the Lord. God is telling you that. Don't refuse. See that you refuse not him that speaketh. The ones that refused when he went to Mount Sinai, God said they didn't escape. They didn't make the promised land. I killed them in the wilderness. So if you turn away from him that speaketh from heaven. So how bad will it be for you when God speaks from heaven, you miss the rapture, you heard the voice, and you refuse that voice? It's going to be worse for you because it'll mean the lake of fire in the end. So watch. 26, whose voice then shook the earth, but now he hath promised, saying, yet once more I shake not the earth only, but also heaven. And this word, yet once more, he did it once at Sinai, and now he did this once. One-time usage, prophet appointed. Yet once more signifieth the removing of those things that are shaken as of things that are made, that those things which cannot be shaken may remain. This is like an oddball statement, like, Lord, what are you talking about here? And just so you know,
Papá, Andrés es el novio nuevo de mamá. Papá, ¿me vas a dar mi regalo de cumpleaños? Mi cumpleaños fue antes de ayer. El año pasado también.
signifieth, right here in the King James, it literally means to make known with a sign. Look it up. That's the definition. To make known with a sign. So God's saying, don't refuse my voice that speaks from heaven. I'm going to shake the heavens and the earth. But this word, like quoting the Old Testament, this word yet once more signifieth the removing. The sign is something being removed. It's what it means. I'm dogmatic about it. Signifying the removing of those things that are shaken as of things that are made, that those things which cannot be shaken may remain. What cannot be shaken is the foundation stone. And listen, I told you, if I ever had the knowledge that Missler had, I'd have probably been way ahead of myself, but I don't look stuff up. I'm in the Bible, that's it. So I look up the Dome of the Rock, and there's the foundation stone underneath. I didn't even know that. Maybe I heard it in the past, didn't stick. So I always said the Dome of the Rock's going to be blown off the surface. The Temple Mount will be clear, ready to go. The foundation stone is inside the Dome of the Rock underneath. Now, You probably knew that. A lot of people knew that. I didn't look it all up. Again, didn't stick. So God is going to split that altar. He's going to split the Temple Mount, take the Dome of the Rock. That's going to be a sign, signifieth by the removing, to make known with a sign, to make manifest, to give understanding. Romans 11:25 says, Israel's blinded in part until the fullness of the Gentiles come in. When we get into that glory cloud over the Mount of Olives, which also is a sign, which also is Psalm 122:4, when the rods go up to the testimony of Israel. Israel, when the tribes, us, rapture go up, it'll be God's testimony to Israel. The glory cloud will be a sign. That's the dome of the rock will be split and gone, but the earth, the base is going to split. And there's the original foundation stone that the temple was built on. Are you seeing this? Look that up. I was amazed by this. So God's going to remove the thing that was made. I mean, he makes it clear. Signifieth by the removing of those things that are shaken as of things that are made. They built that. They built that. So listen, let me just ask you a question. You got to do common sense right now. Israel's been back since 1948, 77 years. Why don't they have a temple? Why don't they have a temple? I mean, dear Lord, that's like in the United States, we can't build a church. Some other countries, the whole world is telling Israel they can't build a temple. So the world, number one, the people, mostly the Muslims, why haven't they built a temple in 77 years? Now, the deep down meaning is because God's got it all timed out. He's controlling everything. But literally, they can't build a temple where the Dome of the Rock sits. That's the spot. That's the holy ground. So this is just utterly amazing. That's the main reason why they can't build a temple. I just watched a video today. Somebody said, hey, they're going to build a new temple in Gaza. Now they don't have to worry about the Dome of the Rock. Video today. This is what they're going to do, build a temple. God's not going to allow that. God's going to take care of the problem. So when we get raptured here in days, he's going to open up that foundation stone, rip the Dome of the Rock, just like Iddo said, O altar, O altar. People, that's the altar. That foundation stone is the altar. That's the prophecy that is being prophesied against. So God's going to remove the things that are shaken. That's going to be a sign to make known with a sign. Trump's going to make the peace deal. Well, it looks like you got a clear spot. Go ahead, make your temple. And then that altar will ultimately be destroyed because Antichrist will be sitting in there declaring himself to be God. Do you see how huge this prophecy of the altar is? Praise God. It's the exact same sign. Iddo the prophet said, here's the sign that it's going to come true, Jeroboam. Jeroboam tried to stop him. His hand shriveled up. The altar split and the ashes poured out, just like God said it would. Yet it wasn't fulfilled for 300 years later. But the sign that it would be fulfilled was right there. So when God splits that, and now they can build a temple, the fulfillment will be when Christ comes back and turns it all into powder. Are you with me? Oh, praise God. So listen to me. This is just stuff I looked up, have no way of knowing. So the temple, the altar, the Holy of Holies, the foundation stone. Remember, the Holy of Holies was 10 by 10. The holy place, the altar. altar before with the table, the menorah, showbread. That's 20 by 20. And then you got the big thick curtain that was rent when Jesus died on the cross. That's 10 by 10, that room in there, Holy of Holies. They say that's the ground where God made Adam. That's where Abraham offered up Isaac. And then I already told you it's the foundation stone is there under the Dome of the Rock. And in the Muslim Quran, they say Muhammad ascended from that spot of the Dome of the Rock. He ascended up, which we know he didn't. He's dead and in hell, no doubt.
Te estamos esperando.
No, no alcanzo a llegar.
Papi, te mando un Django.
Terra is the IT painkiller. Remote monitoring and management, remote access, help desk and ticketing, smart automations.
I just want to make sure I got all this out. All right, praise God. So I just got one thing on there. So people, it's bigger. It's bigger than we thought. You have to see it. It makes sense. God said blindness in part has happened to Israel till the fullness of the Gentiles come in. Now think about that literally. So when we're all in the glory cloud about to shoot forth, the blindness lifts and they recognize, whoa, look at this cloud over Mount of Olives. Can't miss that. That's a sign. That's Revelation 12:3. I saw another sign and the split dome of the rock. They're going to believe it's God. 100%. How are they not going to believe it's God? God did this. This is insane. The whole world's going to say, why was it right over the Temple Mount in Jerusalem? Why is Jerusalem a dot in the desert on the map? Why are they in the news? Why are they the focal point of the world? Non-believers and people that don't pay attention to anything religious are going to see the glory cloud, tsunamis, earthquakes, volcanoes, glory cloud, and all of a sudden the Dome of the Rock is split open and there's the foundation stone, being laid bare, because God said that those things which cannot be shaken may remain. That's God's holy ground. That's going to remain. So it's all going to start off good as he builds them up. Then the judgment will come where it's all turned into powder. You seeing this stuff? All right. So listen, 8:15 is when the altar was split in Jeroboam's day. 8:15 coming up November 19th should be the day that the Dome of the Rock is split and the foundation stone raised or exposed. It has to be. So let me I'll probably do this at the end, but we still got a little ways to go. What other day? What other day is going to start the tribulation? The appointed time is the tribulation. It's not the 7 feasts. I've told you that. What other day? The 9th of Av? You want to know what the 9th of Av is? is? Where'd I put it? Dear Lord. I mean, I got it by memory, but I wrote it down somewhere. When I write stuff down, I want to know where it is. Oh, it drives me nuts. Listen, the 9th of Av is the burning down of the temples.
Y si te dijera que estás perdiendo ventas todos los días y ni siquiera lo sabes, cada vez que no respondes un mensaje a tiempo, esa persona se va.
So when that's poured out on the seed of the beast, that's going to be in the 5th month, the summer of 2030, towards the end of the day of the Lord. That'll get them out of Jerusalem to the Battle of Armageddon. So God will destroy the prophecy of the altar. It'll happen on the 9th of Av. So starting the tribulation on the 9th of Av doesn't make sense. That's a one-time burning down the temple deal. Do you see that? That's not a tribulation scenario. I've already proved to you the flood is not tribulation. That's the day of the Lord, Noah's Ark. Do you see it? This is the only thing that has all the players. 2 prophets, Jeroboam, 2 golden calves, split altar. I'm reading it to you right out of Hebrews. Now remember, this is Hebrews 26 and 27. After we're up, we shot forth to the mountain, heavenly Jerusalem, and God says, hey, by the way, don't refuse what you just heard. You saw me shake the earth from my voice from heaven, and I gave you a sign. He's talking to the Jews. Gave you a sign. I split the dome of the rock, showed you the foundation stone. You got the glory cloud. They're all signs. Testimony to Israel. Psalm 122:4. Are you seeing it? There's nothing else. Where you're going to start the tribulation on Hanukkah, start the tribulation on Purim, start the tribulation on Tabernacles or Feast of Trumpets? It doesn't make sense. This is the time. All right. Okay, so verse 4, his hand was clean dried up. That's Zechariah 11:17, the only physical description of the Antichrist. It's the same word. His arm will be paralyzed, dried up. Verse 5, it says, the sign was fulfilled. I put in my notes, it'll be fulfilled again. 1 Kings 13:5, the altar also was rent, the ashes poured out, according to the sign which the man of God had given by the word of the Lord. That's why Hebrews says, yet once more. God said this word, yet once more, because this is the first time. Do you see that? So God said, the word, yet once more, signifieth, don't want to lose that, to make known with a sign. It signifieth the things that can be removed. The dome of the rock will be removed.
Pero en lugar de contarte lo increíble que es Tumbi, ¿por qué no mejor te lo muestro? Digamos que quieres una abeja explicando la ley de la gravedad. Y ¡boom! En un segundo ya tienes todo creado. Y no hablo de clips cortos de 5 segundos. Hablo de videos explicativos de hasta 5 minutos, que de verdad educan, entretienen y convierten, todo al mismo tiempo. Cada animación de este video
Okay, listen, I'm not going to read. I know you guys want me to go into the 2 prophets, the lion, the donkey. I'm not doing that. So 7 through 34, the rest of 1 Kings 13, has 2 prophets in there. You got Moses, Elijah, you got the false prophet, you got the lion, the donkey, all of it. So, listen, I think the typology is so thick, so deep, so amazing that the old prophet who lied to Iddo, the good prophet, he's probably a type of the false prophet. They're both a type of Moses and Elijah. Elijah disobeyed God like Iddo did, and Moses lied, Sister Carla, about killing the Egyptian. So the old guy lied to the other guy. So there's deep typology of Moses. Moses and Elijah. And listen, God didn't name either one, and people been speculating for 2,000 years. Who's going to be the two witnesses? Who's going to be the two witnesses? So they're kind of hidden. So God hid it. So the typology is all there. So this story is monumental. Unknown prophet, another bizarre prophet who lies to him for no reason, and then judgment. And then they both die, and they end up in the same grave together, which we're going to read in Josiah when he comes back. So Moses and Elijah die side by side too. So it's just typology stuff. So it's all there. And if I fully knew what it meant, I'd spit it out, but I don't. Okay. So we got to get to the kicker at the end. I gotta relax. We gotta get there. All right. 2 Kings 22. Okay, 2 Kings 22 through 23, I put on my notes, you read. So you do got to read that. So 2 Kings 22, and just read 22 and 23. It's the whole story of Josiah. I'm going to read enough of it now so you see it on this video. And the story is also found in 2 Chronicles 33, 34, maybe dips into 35 too. But 2 Chronicles 34, 1 through 7. Josiah was 8 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned in Jerusalem 31 years. And he did that
La noche en que la Mona Lisa estuvo a punto de desaparecer para siempre. 1870. Los cañones retumbaban sobre París. Dentro del Louvre, el miedo resonaba en los pasillos vacíos. El arte invaluable, Da Vinci, Delacroix, Miguel Ángel, estaba a punto de perderse. Los conservadores actuaron rápidamente, escondiendo las obras maestras en vagones marcados con comida. Mientras el ejército prusiano se acercaba, el museo se convirtió en una zona de guerra entre el intelecto y el poder de fuego. Un error y siglos de belleza desaparecerían. Pero la valentía triunfó. Los tesoros sobrevivieron, el imperio no. Hoy millones recorren esos pasillos, ajenos a la noche en que el Louvre casi cayó. Y esa es solo una historia dentro de Niebla. Es como Duolingo, pero para los amantes de la historia. Adictivo, inteligente, sorprendentemente divertido. Descárgalo ahora y conviértete en la persona más inteligente en la sala.
He did that which was right in the sight of the Lord, and walked in the ways of David his father, and declined neither to the right hand nor to the left. For in the 8th year of his reign, while he was yet young, he began to seek after the God of David his father. Now this is interesting. Josiah was 8 years old, and in the 8th year of his reign, and here we are in the 8th month. Jeroboam is 8:15. I don't know if that's veiled references to the number 8, 8th month. It could be. I wouldn't be dogmatic about it, but there it is. We read it. It's not the 7th year. It's not the 6th year. God puts it in there. For in the 8th year of his reign, he was young, began to seek after the God of David his father, and in the 12th year, he began to purge Judah and Jerusalem from the high places and the groves and the carved images and the molten images. So he's 20 years old when he did that. And they break down the altars of Balaam in his presence, and the images that were on high above them he cut down, and the groves and the carved images and the molten images he brake in pieces, and made dust of them, and strode it upon the graves of them that had sacrificed unto them. And he burnt the bones of the priests upon their altars, and cleansed Judah and Jerusalem. And so did he in the cities of Manasseh, Ephraim, Simeon, even unto Naphtali, with their mattocks round about. So again, he's going through all Israel and doing this. They got these shrines, altars set up all over the place, from town to places. And when he had broken down the altars and groves, and had beaten the graven images into powder, and cut down all the idols throughout all the land of Israel, he returned to Jerusalem. All right. All right, so 2 Kings 22, let's go back to that. I'm going to read 8 through 13. And Hilkiah the high priest said unto Shaphan the scribe, I have found the book of the law in the house of the Lord. And Hilkiah gave the book to Shaphan, and he read it. And Shaphan the scribe came to the king, and brought the king word again, and said, Thy servants have gathered the money that was found in the house, and have delivered it unto the hand of them that do the work. So Josiah was repairing the temple. They found a book of the law.
Un antiguo proverbio chino dice, el conocimiento es poder. ¿Sabes qué clase de conocimiento te va a volver muy poderoso en tu carrera? Saber Excel y saber manejar.
That they had the oversight of the house of the Lord. Shaphan the scribe showed the king, saying, Hilkiah the priest hath delivered me a book. So Hilkiah found it. And Shaphan read it before the king. And it came to pass, when the king had heard the words of the book of the law that he rent his clothes. And the king commanded Hilkiah the priest and Ahikam the son of Shaphan and Akbor the son of Micaiah and Shaphan the scribe and Asaiah and servant of the king, saying, I can't pronounce these names, let it go. Go ye inquire of the Lord for me and for the people and for all of Judah concerning the words of this book that is found. For great is the wrath of the Lord that is kindled against us, because our fathers have not hearkened unto the words of this book to do according unto all which is written concerning us. So he had already started doing the altars, turning them to powder. Then they found the book and he realized, wow, we're not doing any of this. The wrath of the Lord is kindled against us. Now listen, I was going to dig all this out. Let me read the verse. So Hilkiah the priest and Ahikam and Akbor, Shaphan, Asaiah, Asa, Asaiah went unto Huldah the prophetess, the wife of Shallum, the son of Tikva, the son of Harhas, keeper of the wardrobe. Now she dwelt in Jerusalem in the college, in the school of prophets. And they communed with her, and she said unto them, Thus saith the Lord God of Israel, tell the man that sent you to me, Josiah, thus saith the Lord, behold, I will bring evil upon this place and upon the inhabitants thereof, even all the words of the book which the king of Judah hath read, because they have forsaken me and have burned incense unto other gods, that they might provoke me to anger with all their works of their hands. Therefore my wrath shall be kindled against this place and shall not be quenched. But to the king of Judah, which sent you to inquire of the Lord, thus shall ye say to him, Thus saith the Lord God of Israel, as touching the words which thou hast heard, because thine heart was tender, and thou hast humbled thyself before the Lord, when thou heardest what I spake against this place, and against the inhabitants thereof, that they should become a desolation and a curse, and hast rent thy clothes and wept before me, I also have heard thee, saith the Lord. So, he said, I will gather thee unto thy fathers, and thou shalt be gathered into the grave in peace, and thine eyes shall not see all the evil which I will bring upon this place. So Josiah repented, he cried about it, wept over it, and said, hey, go inquire of the Lord, what shall we do? What does this mean? So I was going to dig out all these names, because verse 14, look at all the names. So I'm going to do it quickly. Hilkiah means my portion is Jehovah. Ahikam, my brother has risen. Akbor means mouse. Shaphan means a rock. rock badger, small animal. Asa Asaiah means made by Jehovah. Huldah, the prophetess, her name means weasel. Remember my ferret weasel video? That's what I thought of. Her husband, Shalom, his name means retribution. The root word of his name is Isaiah 34:8, the year of recompenses. Recompenses is the root word of this guy's name. Do you see it? The day of the Lord, the story of the day of the Lord, all glory to God. Tikva means hope. Now look this up. The Jewish today modern national anthem is called the Tikva, hope. So he's in here. Haras means very poor. The root word means son. The base root word is Habakkuk 3:11, meaning, the root word sun is in Habakkuk 3:11 where it says God made the sun to stand still. So that's the root word of the last one, Haras's name. And the root word of Tikva, hope, is Joshua 2:21, the scarlet thread, the scarlet line rope that Rahab the harlot let out that means salvation. This is amazing. And it's found in Jeremiah 29:11. I know the plans that I made for you. Let me just read that real quick. This is to Israel. For I know the thoughts that I think toward you, saith the Lord, thoughts of peace and not of evil, to give you an expected end. That's the root word of tikva, expected end. So what's the expected end? Jesus comes like Josiah and heals up all the wounds and kills all the bad guys. It's in this story of Josiah. Are you seeing it? And the other one is Jeremiah 31:17, talking about the 144,000 that they will return back to their coastlands in the time appointed in the end. This is all amazing. And the base root word of the tikva is Lamentations 3:25.
¿Qué tan bien conoces la Biblia?
Bastante bien, diría yo.
¿Quieres poner eso a prueba?
Claro, adelante.
¿Quién escribió Romanos y por qué estaba encadenado cuando lo escribió?
Pablo, preso en Roma, escribiendo para presentar el mensaje completo del Evangelio antes de llegar en persona.
¿Cómo sabes todo esto?
Biblia en audio. Todos los que conozco la están escuchando ahora mismo. Te la lee y te la explica. Solo 10 minutos al día. Tú también puedes hacerlo mientras conduces, caminas o preparas tu café por la mañana.
Un viaje de 9 horas. Mi esposa me dijo, intentemos escuchar la Biblia en lugar de podcast. Yo dije, claro, pensando que cambiaríamos a la música después de 20 minutos. Para la hora 6, ella la pausó, me miró y dijo, ¿por qué ningún pastor ha explicado a Jesús así antes? Nos quedamos sentados en la entrada de la casa por 30 minutos después de estacionar solo para terminar la lección. ¿Qué traes ahí en los audífonos?
Es un estudio bíblico en audio.
¿Neta?
Sí, ahorita todo el mundo que conozco lo está escuchando. Es la app de Duomo, te lee la Biblia y te la explica. Lo que pasa es que a mí no se me da mucho eso de la lectura. Tú podrías hacer lo mismo en el carro, camino a la chamba.
Empecé este plan de estudio bíblico nada más por curiosidad, pero terminó volviéndome alguien extremadamente peligroso. Llegas a conocer tanto la palabra que ya nadie puede venir a torcer las cosas para engañarte.
Vas a tener respuestas cuando los demás se queden callados.
¿Ya habías oído de Duomo?
Yes.
Cambié el andar perdiendo el tiempo en el cel por esto y neta me cambió la jugada. Mientras me tomo mi cafecito, hago fila o manejo al trabajo, escucho mis lecciones bíblicas de 10 minutos. Hasta se vuelve adictivo, de veras.
Se lo recomiendo a cualquier cristiana que lleve años en la iglesia, pero que todavía se sienta medio perdida.
The Lord is good unto them that wait for him, to the soul that seeketh him. And the word is wait for him. The Lord is good unto them that wait for him, to the soul that seeketh him. How great is that? And that's the bottom line of all bottom lines, right? So if you seek the Lord, if you seek him, he will save you. So anyway, again, I couldn't do a deep dive on this. This is long enough. But look at, my portion is Jehovah. My brother has risen. The mouse, the rock badger, made by Jehovah. The weasel will get retribution. So the mouse is bad. The rock badger is, I think, indifferent, maybe bad too. But the mouse is always looked at as evil. So just think about that. My portion is Jehovah. My brother has risen, the remnant. Mouse, rock badger, made by Jehovah. The weasel will get retribution, the year of recompenses. But then you got hope for the very poor. Remember the poor? The poor are the Israel, the poor, the remnant is poor because they weren't part of the mark of the beast and all that. I mean, that's amazing. Now, I don't know if I ain't dogmatic about any of that, but I thought it was very interesting and it kind of does flow. And God put all those names in verse 14, 2 Kings 22:14. And listen, there's more to dig out. Praise God. It's crazy. All right. So now I gotta try to shorten this up a little bit. So again, 2 videos ago, I told you I read this verse on the golf course. I said, Lord, if there's something more in the Jeroboam story, if this is really it, there's got to be something more in there. This is what he showed me that night. 5 minutes reading the book. Isaiah chapter 30. Okay. Let me try reading this in the New Living, see what it says. Isaiah 30, verse 1. What I want you to see in Isaiah 30, and you got to read it for yourself, it's tribulation talk. It's end times talk. We already memorized verse 26. Verse 30 is the Lord will cause his voice to be heard. Listen, people don't hear the voice of God, right? It's rare. They heard it at Mount Sinai. They rejected it. God said, I spoke then. Now I'm going to speak from heaven. Do you see that? God's not talking a lot. This is the second time in the end that he talks. So when you hear the voice of the Lord, you know it's the end. That's the point. So look at this. Isaiah 30, verse 1. What sorrow awaits my rebellious children, says the Lord. You make plans that are contrary to mine. You make alliances not directed by my spirit, thus piling up your sins. For without consulting me, you have gone down to Egypt for help. And listen, whenever you hear Egypt, Revelation 11:8 says, Israel, Mystery Babylon, is spiritual Egypt and spiritual Sodom. So just remember that. God veiled all this. So when you see Egypt, it's really Mystery Babylon. You have put your trust in Pharaoh's protection. You have tried to hide in his shade. By trusting Pharaoh, you will be humiliated. And by depending on him, you will be disgraced. For though his power extends to Zoan and his officials have arrived in Hanes, all who trust in him will be ashamed. He will not help you. Instead, he will disgrace you. Well, let me switch it back to the King James. So look at verse 6. The burden of the beasts of the south into the land of trouble and anguish, from whence cometh the young and old lion, the viper and the fiery flying serpent. That's literally Isaiah 14:29. Out of the root of the serpent comes the fiery flying serpent. The devil goes about like a roaring lion, seeking whom he may devour. The young lion would be his seed, the Antichrist. Christ. So you got to read into where God veiled this. From whence come the young and old lion, the viper, the serpent, and the fiery flying serpent? They will carry their riches upon the shoulders of young asses, and their treasures upon the bunches of camels, to a people that shall not profit them. They're going to bring riches to the Antichrist when he's ruling the world, implements the mark of the beast, just like Queen Sheba and all the other people brought Solomon this stuff. Okay, so God said, now go write it before them in a table. Well, let me do verse 7 in the New Living. Look what the verse 7 says in the New Living. Egypt's promises are worthless. Therefore, I call her Rahab, the mother of all harlots. Rahab was a harlot. The harmless dragon. That is so interesting. Egypt's promises are worthless. Therefore, I call her Rahab, the harmless dragon. Now go and write down these words. Write them in a book. They will stand until the end of time as a witness. This is all end times.
Your accent is strong.
I know, but that wasn't the real problem.
Then what was?
I knew.
And I went hard on this. I got 4 pages on Isaiah 30, so I'm trying to really just kind of get to the point. It's just all good stuff. And listen, my main thing is I'm trying to prove that this is the day of the Lord. I mean, just listen to this stuff. This is like serious stuff now. Let me pick it up. Verse 9. So God said, go write it on a table and note it in a book, that it may be for the time to come forever and ever. That this is a rebellious people, lying children, children that will not hear the law of the Lord, which say to the seers, see not, and to the prophets, prophesy not unto us right things, speak unto us smooth things, prophesy deceits. So they want lies, like YouTube's full of lies and prophecies. The Jews want the prophets, don't see anything, don't see visions, don't prophesy, lie to us and tell us everything's okay. That's what it means. Verse 11, get you out of the way, turn aside out of the path, cause the Holy One of Israel to cease from before us. This is what the people are saying to the prophets. The Holy One of Israel, capital H, capital O, that's Jesus Christ. Cause the Holy One of Israel to cease from before us. This is what they're asking the prophets. We don't want to hear about the Holy One of Israel. This is deep, powerful stuff. Wherefore, thus saith the Holy One of Israel, because you despise this word and trust in oppression and perverseness and stay thereon, therefore this iniquity shall be to you as a breach ready to fall, swelling out in a high wall, whose breaking cometh suddenly at an instant. Abomination of desolation in 1 hour, Revelation 18:8. Listen, I just want to read it in the New Living because I think I did it. And again, you can read it in both. You'll get the gist. Let me go back. They tell the seers, stop seeing visions. They tell the prophets, don't tell us what is right. Tell us nice things. Tell us lies. Forget all this gloom. Get off your narrow path. Stop telling us about your Holy One of Israel. This is the reply of the Holy One of Israel. Because you despise what I tell you and trust instead in oppression and lies, calamity will come upon you suddenly, like a bulging wall that bursts and falls. In an instant, it will collapse and come crashing down. You will be smashed like a piece of pottery. Hold on to that. We got to read something later. I just remembered. You will be smashed like a piece of pottery, shattered so completely that there won't be a piece big enough to carry coals from a fireplace or a little water from the well. This is what the sovereign Lord, the Holy One of Israel, says. Only in returning to me and resting in me will you be saved. In quietness and confidence is your strength, but you would have none of it. You said, no, we will get our help from Egypt, spiritual Egypt, mystery Babylon. They will give us swift horses for riding into battle. But the only swiftness you're going to see is the swiftness of your enemies chasing you. Habakkuk 1, 5 through 13. One of them will chase 1,000 of you. 5 of them will make you all flee. I'm telling you, this is abomination of desolation. You will be left like a lonely flagpole on a hill or a tattered banner on a distant mountaintop. So I looked this up. What that means is that they'll be basically dead or injured on the mountain, and that'll be a sign of what just took place, them coming in, eating the flesh, burning her down. 18. So the Lord must wait for you to come to him so he can show you his love and compassion, for the Lord is a faithful God. Blessed are those who wait for his help. O people of Zion who live in Jerusalem, you will weep no more. He will be gracious if you ask for help. He will surely respond to the sound of your cries. Though the Lord gave you adversity for food and suffering for drink, he will still be with you to teach you. You will see your teacher with your own eyes. People, this is all end time talk. You know it is. Test that. This is the end. You will see your teacher with your own eyes. And look at real quick the King James on that verse 20.
Volar en un día distinto puede marcar una gran diferencia en el precio. Por eso Kayak te muestra qué día puedes encontrar boletos baratos y tu viaje comienza por las nubes.
It says, but thine eyes shall see thy teachers, plural. I think that's us. We rule and reign. We're Habakkuk 2:14. The knowledge of the Lord will cover the earth like the waters cover the sea. So it's plural in the King James, but the New Living says teacher, which is Jesus. So it both works. 21, your own ears will hear him. Right behind you, a voice will say, this is the way you should go, whether to the right or to the left. And I think that's leading them to Petra, its abomination of desolation. Then you will destroy all your silver idols and your precious gold images. You will throw them out like filthy rags, saying to them, good riddance. Then the Lord will bless you with rain at planting time. There will be wonderful harvests and plenty of pasture land for your livestock. 2 oxen and donkeys that till the ground will eat good grain, its chaff blown away by the wind. In that day, when your enemies are slaughtered and the towers fall, there will be streams of water flowing down every mountain and hill. That's verse 25. You can look that up. The streams of water, that sounds great, but look what it says. Lord, I got it right here. Hold on. Praise God. I still got to take my time. King James. And there shall be upon every high mountain and upon every high hill, high mountain, high hill is where they set up the demon altars, rivers and streams of water. Sounds like millennial talk, like the other verses were. You're going to plow, you're going to have food, it's going to be great, I'll give you rain. Upon every high mountain and every high hill, rivers and streams of waters in the day of the great slaughter, when the towers fall. So why would God say in the day of great slaughter, you're going to look up and see streams of rivers coming down the mountains? It means blood. I looked it up. It's violence. It's blood. That's what they're going to see. So I thought that was cool. Now verse 26. The moon will be as bright as the sun, and the sun will be 7 times brighter, like the sun of 7 days in one. So it will be when the Lord begins to heal his people and cure the wounds he gave them. So you've got to understand that literally is Revelation 16, the 4th bowl judgment. Then the 4th angel poured out his bowl on the sun, causing it to scorch everyone with its fire. Everyone was burned by this blast of heat, and they cursed the name of God, who had control over all these plagues. They did not repent of their sins.
Yes. If this traditional healer has the powers to manipulate things to happen their way, yes, they don't have powers to manipulate money to attract the 10 million for themselves.
That's a very good question.
So, this is the end of the tribulation. This is the end of the day of the Lord. This is the 4th bowl, because God couldn't turn the sun up 7 times hotter during the whole thing, or everybody would have been scorched. It's at the end. It's a severe judgment. It's right here. The sun will be 7 times hotter. And listen, why does God say this? So it will be when the Lord begins to heal his people and cure the wounds, because that's at the end. That's when they're already in Noah's Ark. He's doing that to the bad guy. Do you see that? You can't be healed when you're being scorched by the sun. So it's perfect. All right, so watch this. Keep going. 27. Look, the Lord is coming from far away, burning with anger, surrounded by thick rising smoke. His lips are filled with fury. His words consume like fire. Is anybody going to argue with me that this is the day of the Lord, end times, tribulation? Look, the Lord is coming from far away. It's the day of the Lord. We come to save the remnant, we go back up, and then we come again for the day of the Lord at the seventh trumpet. His lips are filled with fury. His words consume like fire. His hot breath pours out like a flood up to the neck of his enemies. He will sift out the proud nations for destruction. He will bridle them and lead them away to ruin. Remember in the beginning of this video, all nations mourn when they see the Son of Man coming. We always thought, oh, that's the official second coming and that's it. No. It's the day of the Lord coming. That's why they're mourning, because look what it says. He will sift out all the proud nations. Verse 29, but the people of God will sing a song of joy, like the songs at the holy festivals. You will be filled with joy as when a flutist leads a group of pilgrims to Jerusalem, the mountain of the Lord, to the rock of Israel, capital R. And that's a good line in the King James. Let me grab it. Ye shall have a song as in the night when a holy solemnity is kept, and gladness of heart as when one goeth with a pipe to come into the mountain of the Lord, to the mighty one of Israel. Praise God. People, listen, stay with me. And the Lord will make his majestic voice heard. So 2 videos ago, this is the verse. And the Lord will make his majestic voice heard. He will display the strength of his mighty arm. It will descend with devouring flames, with cloudbursts, thunderstorms, and huge hailstones. The 7th bowl judgment is hailstones. So it's all at the end, people. The Lord will make his majestic voice heard. I remember what I wrote on the notes. It's Revelation 16, 17 through 21. Let me just give you that real quick, because I'm kind of just winging this. Then the 7th angel poured out his bowl into the air, and a mighty shout came from the throne in the temple, came from God's throne in the temple, saying, it is done. This one says it is finished, but I'm pretty sure the King James says it is done. It's the seventh bowl judgment. It's the final. It's amazing. So look at it is done. I just read it to you. Revelation 16:17. Look what it says. And the Lord will make his majestic voice heard. He will display the strength of his mighty arm. We're the armies of the Lord, the arm. It will descend with devouring flames, with cloud bursts, thunderstorms, and huge hailstones. So if you read the rest of Revelation 16, it's hailstones, 100-pound hailstones. At the Lord's command, I got to go back to the King James for the end of this. 31. For through the voice of the Lord shall the Assyrian be beaten down, which smote with a rod. Now, which is not in the Hebrew, by the way, so I dug this out. For through the voice of the Lord shall the Assyrian be beaten down, smote with a rod. So it's like we're smoting the Assyrian with a rod. They threw in the word which is not in the Hebrew. Look it up. Which smote with a rod. Now, did the Assyrians smote the people with a rod? 100% he did. It's in other spots of the Bible. But this time, I think he was smote with the rod. We're the rod. Jesus is a rod. So all of the above. In every place where the grounded staff shall pass, which the Lord shall lay upon him, it shall be with tabrets and harps, and in battles of shaking will he fight with it. For Tophet is ordained of old, yea, for the king it is prepared. He hath made it deep and large, the pile thereof is fire and much wood. The breath of the Lord, like a stream of brimstone, doth kindle it.
Sudamérica cobra sentido cuando decides vivirla. Vuela con Latam Airlines y descubre cómo su magia se revela.
Okay, praise God. Verse 31. For the voice of the Lord, for through the voice of the Lord shall the Assyrian be beaten down. So the voice of the Lord out of his mouth, Revelation 19:21 says the sword of him out of his mouth, wipes him out in Revelation 19. So that's Jesus speaking. The voice of the Lord shall beat down the Assyrian, scoop him up, toss him into the lake of fire, the whole thing. So I thought that was cool. And then verse 32, and in every place where the grounded staff shall pass, grounded is a one-time usage. It means the appointed rod of punishment. The word means foundation, appointment. So Ezekiel 41, millennial temple, that's where it's found, the foundations of the millennial temple. And then 1 Corinthians 3:11, it says Jesus Christ as the foundation. You can't build on any other foundation. So the grounded staff, grounded is foundation, appointment, the appointed rod of punishment. I mean, it's amazing. And then I got Isaiah 28:16. I can't remember what that is. Let me look at that. Therefore, thus saith the Lord God, behold, I lay in Zion for a foundation, a stone, a tried stone, a precious cornerstone, a sure foundation. He that believeth shall not make haste. Praise God. That's Jesus all the way, 100%. Okay. Okay, the word staff means staff, branch, tribe, rod. The root word of staff, grounded staff. The root word of staff, believe it or not, is Psalm 49:4. Incline. When God said, I will stretch out the offer to you and I will bend your ear and give you divine revelation. How that's the root word of staff, I have no idea, but I looked it up and it is. And it's also found in Habakkuk 3:9. Habakkuk 3:9 says, thy bow was made quite naked according to the oaths of the tribes. The word is tribe. tribe. So the grounded staff, I told you staff means branch, tribe, rod. We're the rod, we're the tribes, and Habakkuk 3:9 is us. Thy bow was made quite naked according to the oaths of the tribes, even thy word, Selah, thou didst split the earth with rivers. So I wanted to read that in the LSB. Your bow was made bare, rods were sworn unto battle by word. We're the rods. We're the armies of the Lord. We took an oath. That's what the King James said. It means we were sworn into the army. So maybe everybody in the body of Christ isn't the army. Maybe we are. I don't know. But we got to be sworn in and take an oath. Rods were sworn unto battle by word. Selah. Now remember, Selah is only used for the Psalms, but Habakkuk is singing this. You split the earth with rivers. And then the NET, that new version I told you I like, says your bow is ready for action. You commission your arrows. Were the arrows. Selah. You cause flash floods on the earth's surface. So instead of splitting the rivers, they said you cause flash floods on the earth's surface. I thought it was all amazing. Praise God. All right, back to Isaiah. All right, this is the end, people. We got 2 pages left. Let's go. Let me check on the nut. He's on the floor. He's been a good boy. He's been sitting there for 4 hours. Okay, now it says tell the golf course story again. So, let me set this up. Now we're back to the golf course story. So I told you the story. I said, Lord, if we're really going to be raptured, because this is the start of the tribulation, the whole Jeroboam, the altar. Listen, Solomon was at his zenith, just like Mystery Babylon. Will be. So he went bad and made all those altars and worship demons and sacrifice babies, God said, I'm going to rip it away from you. He split the kingdom in two. Mystery Babylon will be built. The remnant and the 2/3 will all be living together. Together. God said, your sins have reached up to heaven. Now I'm going to give you double, and I'm going to destroy it in 1 hour. And In essence, they'll be split because 2/3 will stay with the Antichrist. A lot of them will be killed, but a third, the remnant, will all be saved. So it's a split. This is the story. So the whole Solomon at his zenith is Mystery Babylon right before the split. So Solomon at the end of his life screwed up. Do you see it? It's perfect. This is the start of the tribulation. Okay. So I said to the Lord, I said, if this is really the rapture, I'm going to find something else in that Jeroboam story. Now, 2 videos ago, I read Isaiah 30, verse 30, and I finished it to the end. And when I reread the Jeroboam, I found the word Tophet. So I told you 2 videos ago, I didn't know what Tophet meant. So that was the word. So when I read 2 Kings 23, verse 10. This is Josiah burning altars to the ground and turning it all into powder. So you got to read it. Isaiah, it says reforms under Josiah. So read 2 Kings 23, all of it. I'm just going to do verse 10 because when I did my reading after the golf course, it says, and he defiled Topheth, which is in the valley of the children of Hinnom, that no man might make his son or daughter to pass through the fires of Molech. So listen to me. Jeremiah chapter 7. And they have built the high places of Tophet, which is in the valley of the son of Hinnom, to burn their sons and their daughters in the fire, which I commanded them not, neither came it into my heart. Therefore, behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that it shall no more be called Tophet, nor the valley of the son of Hinnom, but the valley of slaughter. The great slaughter, I just read you out of Isaiah 30, the great slaughter, the rivers of blood, but the valley of slaughter, for they shall shall bury in Tophet till there be no place. And then it basically says the same thing in Jeremiah 32:35 if you want to look that up.
%35 melee damage does sound pretty good. 100% chance on attack to add an endurance modifier to the player. Endurance is health regeneration and 6 health regen per minute. You don't even like that weapon? I know. Damage to armor. That could be pretty good, actually. What's up, comp? Chat, do we do... This one seems kind of shit, because it's like 6 health per minute is not that great. So I say you do damage to armor, or chance to deal double damage. No, I never played a company song. I don't know, maybe we just save our shit. Yo, what we should do, chat, is look at, did we get a poison armor set? Oh, that was this set. No, man. Damn. Yeah, I know there's pills. I'm aware. Let's make the Quarite gun. Yeah, I don't think this armor set's worth it. Let's make the Quarite gun. Quarite core. So legendary biomass buys a core? Is that what I'm reading that as? Hmm. Oh, Jesus.
Mi trabajo es fácil porque uso Clica. Así es como llevo el control de todas mis tareas. Empiezo vaciando todo lo que tengo que hacer en una vista de lista. Después, asigno una prioridad y una fecha de entrega para mantener todo en orden. Creo estados personalizados para organizar mi progreso exactamente como quiero. Me gusta agregar el campo de elementos de acción. Tengo a mis compañeros de equipo como observadores para que estén al tanto. ClickUp hace que el trabajo sea fácil. Haz clic en el enlace para crear tu espacio de trabajo gratis.
So, like, where do I... It just says legendary biomass, but it doesn't tell me... It says a piece of matter taken from the body. Oh, you have to actually kill the boss. Okay, so then I can't even use the shotgun until I kill the boss. So then it looks like my gear is all probably just the best, right? And without going into tier 5, which I don't want to do just yet. Like, I mean, how bad is this stuff? Yeah, because this requires this material, synthetics, which requires oil. This one, look, no, that's uranium. I can't even do that one. So this would be 50 physical, 45, 45. 50 physical, 45, 45 exposure and radiation. This would be, oh, what the fuck? 15 physical, but 100% health regen, 40% chance to resist poison, 40% chance to resist bait. Oh. 1000%. Oh. I mean, that sounds pretty interesting. Definitely. We have a scout submachine gun, uranium ammo, laser sidearm, chainsaw jackhammer nail gun. Oh my god. Bow, bolts, lithium bow, lithium crossbow, lithium shield, lithium pickaxe. Is there a better, what's it called? Is there a better shotgun? I wonder. I don't think so. You're pretty much making the boomstick, the rusty, the shotty, or the trench. The trench is definitely the best. Alright, so I do have the best weapon. Alright. Let me also make a creature deterrent, because these guys won't leave me the fuck alone. You have to get the pussy lube. Dude. Simple creature deterrent. Powered creature deterrent. A handheld that creates a zone of protection. Requires electricity. Requires biofuel. Okay, let's get the powered creature deterrent. These guys won't leave me the fuck alone. Okay, 15 composite, 25 electronics. I guess I can put this thing down too, huh? 25 electronics, which I do not have. So, we're gonna go juice it. We're gonna go juice it. Organic resin and epoxy. Oh wait, didn't I have a fucking... Did I bring a bunch of epoxy with me? Or did I leave that? My pussy is sopping, he says. Okay. We like that one. Sulfur and tree sap. I guess that's the play. Because I don't have any more of the juice. And then we needed, what was the other thing? Organic resin. So oxide wood. Alright, so we got some shit here. Oh, I'm gonna need some wood. Oh shit, man. We gotta go chop down some trees, bro. We gotta chop down some trees, brother. Let's get a little resty buff. A rusty buff for the bush. La-dee-da. Whoa. I like how this spawns me out of my bed over on the Schmitz. Just like, hey, bro. This is where we're spawning now. Guess what I'm eating? Alright, I don't think it's the obvious. So I'm gonna go with something else. Potentially Greek yogurt.
51 juice years of God tier cunt. So the question for today is, would you rather fight 100 duck-sized horses or one horse-sized duck?
One horse-sized duck.
Bacon pancakes, making bacon pancakes. Take some bacon and I put it in a pancake back in pancakes. That's what it's gonna make, that can pancake. Bacon pancakes, making bacon pancakes. Take some bacon and I put it in a pancake back in pancakes. That's what it's gonna make, that can pancake.
Yo, that's fucked because I was gonna say salmon. I was like, alright, salmon is usually the case, but I feel like you just ate salmon not that long ago. So saying salmon, like, it didn't feel right. Like, I don't know, salmon... The salmon didn't feel right. That's why I didn't say salmon. But the fact that it was salmon actually kind of pisses me off a little bit. You're like, because you're eating too much salmon now. What the... Right. What in the hell? What the fuck? What is going on over here, dude? Sheesh.
Acabo de llegar al aeropuerto de Atlanta. Ese es uno de los aeropuertos más concurridos en todo el mundo. Como es mi primera vez, entonces vamos a conocerlo juntos.
El aeropuerto de Atlanta es uno de los más eficientes del mundo. Nos ofrece una mezcla de espacios como acceso a salas VIP, deliciosas comidas y bebidas.
Yo nunca había venido por acá hay demasiados restaurantes. Por ejemplo, este es el de Lorena García. Uy, qué delicia. Es una chef venezolana.
Ay, ¿me regalas una foto?
El aeropuerto acaba de lanzar una campaña llamada From Gates to Goals, donde van a transmitir los partidos. Conexiones mucho más fáciles y si llegas con tiempo, te súper recomiendo un masaje. Este aeropuerto es demasiado diferente, cada rincón tiene su magia. Y para terminar, una deliciosa cena en un buen restaurante mediterráneo. Recuerda siempre visitar el aeropuerto de Atlanta.
Yo, is that really... So the tier 5 armor... Like, is this shit any good? This shit seems ass. 50 physical resist isn't that great with the exposure resistance. So it pretty much just comes down to this. You get really low physical resist here, but you get 100% health regen. Right? The resist to wounds and stuff is nice. Or you get 1,000% health regen. So like the question is that better than the tier 4 armor? Which I think I'm wearing the best tier 4 armor. Yeah, composite is 30% health regen, stamina regen. Yeah, I mean, it just has like decent physical resist. You could go the other set that has 50 physical resist, but then you lose the health regen and the stamina regen. Like this one does have better physical resist, actually. Like, do you go with the 6 more physical resist? Or do you go with the 1,000 health regen? I don't know. I feel like the composite armor is kind of the best. Just seems kind of goated, you know what I mean? Chin on some. I've seen college degree courses. I'm going fat chud mode. Dog. There better be some gains going on over with you, man. Oh. Okay. There better be some Drew level gains. My man Drew is actually fucking putting in the gains. Dude, last time I saw Drew, he was 135. I actually guessed his weight dead on. I was like, bro, aren't you like 135 pounds? And he was like, yeah, I was 135. Bro's now 170 plus. He said he's curling 30s or 35s. I'm like, what the fuck? Bro actually put on 50 pounds of muscle. Like, that's nuts. That's what happens when you don't eat fucking... When your diet doesn't consist of Hot Pockets and chicken nuggets. It's crazy how that works. Jasmine rice? I like jasmine rice. Pretty good. Bum, ba-da-dum, bum, ba-da-dum, bum, bum, bum. What was I making, chat? The deterrent motherfucking thing? This. Oh yeah, electronics. Oh yes. Electronics, dude. Which means we need the sulfur. And the 3 shop. And the 3 shop. We need the sulfur. We need lots of sulfur. Oh, I also need to make... Yeah, I think I'm farting. I don't know. Actually, no, I'm good. I need lots of sulfur in the fucking tree shop. I need sulfur in the fucking tree shop. I need a shop. What a bit of a shop. Have you forgot to shout your meal, you shouty bitch? Have you been shouting? It started. No way. Oh, shut up. I farted. No wait. I sharted. It started with a quick boop. With a quick boop. Dripping down my leg. Gooey like egg. He's a little bit of a shout. How we doing here? We could use a couple more of these heals, honestly. 33 is a little excessive. I'm thinking like 20. He's a little bit of a poopy boy. Sticks can go up here. Bam. Honestly. And the Dutch. Oop, drip it down my leg. Gooey like it. And the Dutch. That shit's great. There are like 2 people I can't stand in this world. What is Mike Myers? What is Austin Powers saying? Like the first movie about carnies? Like circus people, small hands. You ever watch Edge Runners? No. And the Dutch. Dude, I feel like we need a more organic resin. I'm just gonna fucking juice two big fucking thunders. Then we're gonna need some of those.
Te estamos esperando.
No alcanzo a llegar.
Papi, te mando un Django.
I'm prepping, boy. I am Big Daddy prepping. That guy fucked me up, man. That guy fucked me up, dude. I'm coming back with the fucking juice. I'm coming back with the juice on him. I farted. I'm also gonna bring a repair forge with me. Like I'm literally gonna bring a whole fucking kit. I'm gonna bring a whole kit to repair my shit. If I like need that many tries and my shit's getting fucked up. I also need an astronomical amount of ammo. So we need to get on the ammo production fucking ASAP Fergie, dude. Because it's bad. The situation is bleak when it comes to the ammunition currently. Yeah. I farted. No, wait. I sharded. It started with a quick poop dripping down my leg, gooey like egg. I need 20 steel screws and 5 titanium plates. Oh my god, the fucking titanium plates, dude. Don't fuck.
Okay? So, back to Kings. And he defiled Tophet, which is in the valley of the children of Hinnom, that no man might make his son or daughter to pass through the fire of Molech. So defiled, let me just grab that. I know it's on here. Defiled means destroy. So he destroyed Tophet and the god and the altar to Molech. So they wouldn't sacrifice their babies. Molech means king. That, look it up. Molech means king. So it's Molech meaning king. Meaning the Antichrist, the beast out of the bottomless pit, Revelation 9. And they had a king over them, which is the angel of the bottomless pit, whose name in the Hebrew tongue is Abaddon, but in the Greek tongue his name is Apollyon. So he's a king. Molech means king. So I think the Jews are going to sacrifice babies again somehow when the beast takes over. This is what listen, I told you the sacrifices to him are going to continue. Like he stops the oblations, but now he's God, they have to sacrifice. If he demanded baby sacrificing back then, why wouldn't he demand it again in the future when he's in the flesh, God sitting in the temple before him? I think they're going to do it again. So just stay with me on this. This is all going to make sense. Now, Tophet is like, the root word is 9-time usage. Tophet in Isaiah 30:33 is a one-time usage. There's no rhyme or reason that God did that, except it's a one-time deal at the end of the tribulation. I asked God in prayer, I said, Lord, I'm going to find something. I read the word Tophet 2 videos ago. Didn't mean nothing to me. I didn't know what it meant. I reread it in the Jeroboam story. I go, Tophet, there's that word Tophet. So I told you I went back and forth, and this is the result. Wait till you see this. Tophet's a one-time usage. It means place of fire. Place of burning and burying dead bodies. It means to burn. Ultimately, on God's side of it, because they were burning babies to Molech, so that makes sense. But in the prophecy of Tophet, which you're going to see in a minute, it means, to me, the lake of fire. It's the place of fire. So they're going to end up in Tophet, and it's all going to make sense. The root word is a 9-time usage. It's the same meaning. It's Tophet. The root word of Tophet is Tophet. But again, God used it in Isaiah 30:33 as a one-time usage. Look it up. Of a place in the valley of the sons of Hinnom, well known for human sacrifices, they're offered to Molech, which means king. And don't forget, go back to 1 Kings 11:7. Then did Solomon build a high place for Chemosh, the abomination of Moab, in the hill that is before Jerusalem, and for Molech, the abomination of the children of Ammon. Remember, Israel is the mother of all abominations. Listen, it has more root words than just Tophet. So the next root
fogo, fogo, fogo no pote, taca ela dentro do 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 pote, atrevida no caô, ela quer sentar maneiro, atrevida no caô, ela quer sentar maneiro, taca ela dentro do pote, até dentro do banheiro, fogo, fogo, fogo no pote.
Coming in hot, just like the fajita. I write what I live, my life in the speaker. I'm nice with the flow, just like the demeanor. I'm feeding my fam, I'm feeding the meter. Yeah, coming in hot.
Hold up, yeah, let me check some. Please don't check for me until the check come. He asked me what's my horoscope, I said a dollar sign. Bite you on your cause I'ma die for mine. Blue honey's in a pink Birkin. Swiping with no limit like I'm big person. They say I be curvy. I get even when I'm done, he gon' need a
Maneiro, fogo, fogo, fogo no
Hold up, yeah, let me check some.
Coming in hot.